It starts with one. All it's so unreal. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Bandidos, we are live. TGIF, Friday, December 15th. Big day, big day. Patch notes were released. We got some things to talk about, some things to blow up in our wake. Let's do it. What up, Bandidos, TGIF, and welcome to another live stream. We're gonna be doing a build lab today, but we also have lots to discuss because really cool things have been dropping on the net in regards to that future patch that we are gonna expect in, what is it, February, with along comes season 3. Yeah, all really exciting stuff. And just so you know, I pinned at the top of the chat my patch notes review and reaction, but we're also going to do a little bit of a review in this live stream just to cover the highlights. I'm not going to go like line item by line item or anything like that, but I just want to talk about the highlights and see what you guys think in sort of a live format. Anyways, before I do, let me fix something here real quick. I've been tinkering with my chat and I want to make it bigger. I got a combined chat here, so I'm seeing if this will work better for us. So that we see on screen both Twitter and YouTube chats at the same time. So I want to make that window bigger. Let me just do that real quick. Let's check. That looks prettier. Yep. Oh, did I pin the wrong message? Shoot, I'm sorry. Thanks for mentioning. Oops, I did. Sorry. Thanks for saying so. I didn't notice. Replace pin chat. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, there's a real one with the link to it. Hey, while we're at it, we're going to take on these. We're going to take on this winter project thingy because I still haven't gotten the green sweater yet. I haven't had time to line up my 2100. So let's look at the menu here real quick. So it's 1835, so we're really close to the time where it needs to be. So let's take a look at the project again. We keep trying to get it, but I just can't get the time to line up when I'm interested in doing this. So we received a report of a convoy doing supply runs between the ARC contaminated zone and the dark zone East Main entrance overnight. Please intercept and neutralize them. Make sure they are already on the move before you get there. That's weird, huh? I don't remember that last line being there. Make sure they are already on the move before you get there. Make sure they are already in. I don't remember that line being there. That last little sentence, but hey, maybe it was there the whole time. So it's gonna be somewhere on this road, and I think it's gonna be in front of one of these buildings. So I'm just gonna fast travel here and then mark here. Not sure exactly. I've seen them before, but I died once trying to do this because I was wearing a stupid glass cannon build with all yellow cores because I was creating an explosive build for you guys, which by the way, we're gonna be doing a little bit more of that. So part of the build lab today is coming up with some more explosive builds for you interested in blowing things up in the HollyWood event. So we'll be turning that on. I do have, I might even already be on, some explosive builds in the works. If this is on, this is gonna be annoying to fight these guys. Is it on right now? HollyWood event. Yeah, let's deactivate that. Let's try that again. What up, Parker? Yeah, so 511 is an actual, that's a good question. And so 511 is an actual brand, right? It's a real living brand in real life. And so in order to use a brand like that, they have to create a brand agreement with 511, which means how it's being represented in the game, both visually, physically, and the attributes would have had to have been agreed upon when they created that contract. So in order to change it, I guess significantly, I'm guessing, I would imagine they would have to renegotiate the contract. And so that's probably a can of worms they're not interested in peeling open the lid on. That is speculation, but I can tell you, you can't use brands without their permission for profit, and that's what this game is. Well, the original idea was to make money. They must have done an okay job making money off this game, right? Just south of the viewpoint. Okay, the building just south of the viewpoint. So let's go here, and south would be like, it would be this building basically, right? Okay. They basically stand in front of a door, something like that, don't they? So the sun is a setting. Can you actually see them spawn, I wonder? They're trying to make money with this game. I don't know if they're succeeding right now. I'd love to see their profit and loss charts. Is this look like the right building? Because here's a museum. Is it that building there? Or is it this building here? I think it's this building. It's one of these little ones, isn't it? Okay, you look at the map. You see the lockbox of True Sons. I don't see the lockbox of True Sons, do I? Oh, there it is. Okay. And look at the Missy Lockbox of True Sons. He would be on the other side of that parking lot. Okay, so basically right there. And so you're saying that he'll be right here. Okay, so it's in front of that big building. I see which one you're talking about. Huh. I thought last time when I ran into them, maybe I didn't. I mean, I died, so maybe it was the wrong group, but... So you're saying he's gonna be somewhere in this area. Does this look right? This plaza? Oh, okay. Thanks, Pipster. I'll try that. Map coordinates are 1253. Yeah, so this looks right. Basically here, right? 4 1 1 2 5 3 4 1. It's gonna be somewhere here, huh? Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Don't want to miss it this time. I'm tired of looking for this thing. Well, I'm tired of waiting for 2100. Yeah. I want to see them magically appear. That's what I want to do. I want to sit here. Maybe they all huddled up in the back of this truck all day long, sweating. Sweaty men's in the back of a truck. You look like a sub. You got the skull. Skeletor. So the only downside of the combined chat that I have is that when you do an emote on the YouTube side, it comes up as text, but it's a little detail. But at least it's smooth and all the font is the same, and you can on screen chat to each other now instead of having to look at two different chats. Other side of that wall, huh? Really? You don't want to be there at 2100, huh? Okay, I'll come hiding on this street. But these mofos. Oh, in that parking lot. Yeah, I recognize this building. This looks, I see. Let's go check out the Christmas tree. I think this was a hunter engagement over here, right? Originally, yeah. You guys ever do this one? This one was fun. I remember the first time I did hunters was on accident. I think I was randomly matchmaking and I popped into a fight and it was a bunch of hunters and it was around, it looked like this. It might have been this one. Fought him, we killed him, and I didn't even know what I was doing. So I was really new at the game at that time, and got a hunter mask that way. So this is how you turn them on. And this one's time orientated too. So you hit this button, which becomes active at a certain hour. Ooh. Uh-oh. Might as well get some headhunter stacks. Let's see if we can get over there now. Let's see what time is it. 21:09.
Hostile control point detected.
$200 is pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty easy to clock in time in this game, right? Chicago. I mean, you already got 200 hours. That's quick. It's really easy to get lost in this game. In a good way. These guys are randos. So I see enemy highlighted up there. Okay, I see a red icon. I'm in a yellow icon. That looks right. Cha-ching! Thank you, finally. There should be one other guy, though. That was only 3 dudes. Unless it's a special squad. Yay! Okay, the coordinates are really helpful. So really helpful. So I'll highlight the coordinates again. Thank you for that, Pipster. So right where I'm standing exactly is 12444139. You see the coordinates? So you got to zoom in to see those. So if you zoom in, you can see I'm at 12444139. At 2100, they were there. And I just kind of wandered around here until that was available. So, okay, so now we pick this up. I've been excited for this. I want my sweater. Okay, so let's see what else we got. A crappy thing. Okay, so we'll take that, we'll delete that, and then you go back into your project and we're gonna donate that. Okay, so we go here and you sure you want to donate this resource? We say yes. Cool. And then let's check that out. Should be in your apparel, shirts, and I got my ugly green sweater, which is pretty badass. I gotta say, I dig it. I dig it. I think that's my favorite thing so far. It's got cats, huh? All right. Yeah. Should I be wearing my Santa? Oh, camo maybe? Nah. Santa pants? Nah. Some sweats? Cool, that's cool. That looks casual, comfy. All right. We got one more to do. Might as well. I think it might be an easy one. Projects. Okay, this time we're in scavenger hunt. Our supplies are low and allied scavengers aren't able to bring in enough restock. We're donating components. So we can go right into the card to do that. And we're gonna get a Christmas Carol emote here. So let's donate that. And then we come out. And we get, so the ugly green sweater already finished. And now we have the Christmas Carol emote. So let's go ahead and go over here. Also in apparel. So we'll find that thing. Where's that Christmas Carol? Should have showed up right here, right? Christmas Carol. Am I going too fast? There it is. Okay, let's replace this emote. Cool. All right, let's activate that and see what it looks like in real time. All right. Oh, holy faith. You like my fingertip gloves? Those are badass, huh? Cool, all right. And then, do we have any more projects? There might be another one coming up, right? In 59 seconds. All right, let's check that timer up. We'll conquer that, and then we'll talk PTS, and then get into Build Lab and blow the F up. Yeah, it doesn't really look like a Christmas Carol thing. I can't sing. I have no range on my voice. I sound like a 13-year-old on puberty. I mean, if you're into that. Damn, it's the longest 30 seconds I've ever seen. Three, two, one, action. All right. We've received a report about a hidden stash somewhere inside a building south of the Liberty's Call Safe House. I want you to go check it out. And then we get an ornament. We received a report about a hidden stash somewhere inside a building south of the Liberty's Call Safe House. Okay, so let's track that on screen. And then where's the Liberty's Call Safe House? I don't remember where that one is. Okay, so which one is the Liberty's Call? That's the last stop. Final Epiphany. The Attic. Truman. The Shop. The Archive. 1040. Huh. This should be the Ring. That one, okay. Never knew the name of it. All grumpy, very good. Sing like an amputee, can't carry a tune, can't hold a note. You made a funny. All right, let's look at the description again. Because I have shit from memory. All right, we've received a report about a hidden stash somewhere inside a building south of the Liberty. Okay, so we've got to go south. I want you to check it out. Okay, so let's look at that. So somewhere south, and so we got two buildings south, but let's go directly into this bad boy, which I'm not sure I've ever been in that building. I think there's a lobby in this building, right? I kind of remember going to that building. Which way does it want me to go? This way. All right, yep, there's a lobby right there. All right, let's check everything. It's probably gonna be something Christmassy, like a present. Backpack, no. There's a present right there. There it is, really easy. Right, all right, you see we're directly south of the safe house. There's a lobby right there. And there's a big present next to a Christmas tree. All right. Really easy. All right, let's loot that. And then it should be an apparel. Oh wait, we got to donate. Sorry. Let's go back into the project. Come over here and let's donate this. Confirm. Let's get that notification. All right, and let's put on our ornament. Yay! It's a globy globe. Merry Harry Christmas, folks. Right on. Mission accomplished. We are all caught up on our projects. Now, the road to the Funky Monkey Grupo Sombra Christmas backpack. All right, let's talk patch notes, shall we? You guys ready? You ready for this? We're again, this isn't gonna be a deep dive, full reaction. If you want that, it's pinned in the top of the chat. And there's more to come, by the way. So let me pop these up here on screen. I can turn on music just a little bit. And so I'm just gonna kind of go through the highlights here. All right, so, and mostly focus on PvE, because I know the majority of the audience is PvE players, but we will be talking PvP, but I'll probably reserve that for an entire discussion, all on its own thing, right? Hold on a second, interact with you. All right, so this is the patch, PTS patch notes. The PTS is live right now. It's for PC only. So that's the kind of the bummer of it all, but some really cool stuff. And so one of the, they discussed and they kind of give us some tidbits on the gear changes. And so, you know, some of these are kind of not big game changes like you would expect them to be, but some of them are. So there's like, you know, there's kind of a handful, but some of them might not be enough. And this is where I hope to, come on PC players, man, we need you guys to really do a good job here giving feedback, and don't just let this stuff push through. It's on you, because you got to go through the PTS channels. But and we'll talk about the ones that are really needing more than what they've done. But anyways, Alp Summit gives you 30% skill duration, and then there's status effects. And so that's, you know, again, there's just a misalignment, and that's part of what needs to be addressed in the brands. You know, nobody's gonna run, even for the sake of build diversity, nobody's gonna run a 3-piece Alp Summit with status effects. I mean, there's very few niche builds where that would make sense, like a shock and awe build, right? So like if you did a shock and awe build where you're applying status effects, explosives, and heals, you know, but there's not a lot of that going on. However, this China Light change, on the other hand, makes tons of sense, right? So the explosive damage is still, but they buffed the skill haste, so that's really helpful, and they buffed the status effects, and that aligns with what we do with our explosive builds. So that's a good change. Electrique is another example of, you know, it's just not good enough. It's just not good enough. I mean, the electricity protection needs to be changed. Nobody's running that. And then 20% SMG damage. I mean, who's running 3 pieces of Electrique so you can get just plain old weapon damage, you know, for an SMG? It's just not interesting. And it's half of your gear. We only have 6 pieces. You know, so it's just, that needs to be, everything needs to be in line. You know, that's a big part of it. And I don't think it'll screw anything up with build diversity to do that. You know what I mean by in line? So in an Electrique example, we would want status effects, and, you know, electricity protection is a form of hazard protection. So that's fine, but it's too specific, and we don't get shocked enough in PvE. So it's very PvP orientated, but okay. We can have some forgiveness on that. But 20% SMG damage just doesn't make sense on an Electrique set. So, you know, I don't know what this is. So maybe, I mean, are they thinking just PvP and that you're gonna rush a St. Elmo's player? Is that what that's about? And then throw a Stinger Hive on him? Is that what they're imagining is gonna happen here? I mean, I guess so, but if you're gonna do that, a 3-piece Electrique is not your best bet, because once you get to him, you don't got shit for damage. And 20% flat SMG damage is just not enticing to choose over something else like Striker or whatever. So, you know, this needs to be in line with the status effects thing. So maybe even a skill haste back there would be interesting. Explosive damage back there would be really interesting. I would love to see another explosive damage stat in this game. So besides the Grupo and China Light, so there's something like that, something that makes sense for status effects. Burn duration, if they want to get something special in here. Empress International all makes sense. So we get the skill health, which I hate that, but there it is. 20% skill damage is what they give us. So an extra 10%. So that's just more power. We'll take it, right? Hana Yu is one of the greatest changes, I think, of all of these. So 10% skill haste has always been there, but they're going to double the skill damage. That's amazing for 2 pieces. Really easy to do that because a lot of us are running that perfect named backpack combined arms. So, it's easy to choose a second Hana Yu and then a Wyvern or something like that, right? So that's really cool. That's really cool. And it's just an easy lift, and it's also a great alternate to Empress International going that way. And then the 10% weapon damage is really interesting. That's more weapon damage than Walker and Harris gives you off of a one piece, and also helpful for your capacitor if that's what you're running. That's also going to be crit based, right? So another route to go there could be something like, you know, crit damage or crit chance or whatever, but weapon damage is fine back there. That's not a bad thing. So for those hybrid skill builds, this is a good 3-piece brand set. Murakami Industries becomes a little more interesting. So they buff the repair skills, but they also give you 30% skill damage on the back end. That's huge, man. The question is, are you still going to choose that? Are you going to choose that on the skill damage build over something like Empress International? Why and where? You know what I mean? So skill efficiency includes everything. That's what Empress has, including, I mean, I guess on a repair skill damage build combo, that would be probably stronger, you know, something like that. So, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. I'm, you know, jury's out on that one. See if we can make something of it. I'm really excited about R&K. I've always been a fan of R&K, and it just got a heck of a lot better. So incoming repairs is actually pretty amazing. A lot of people sleep on it, mostly because they don't understand it. But 25% explosive resistance is more than Langmo is giving us. And I run R&K on explosive resistant builds anyways, so this just got a big bump. And then 40% repair skills is absolutely insane. Is that the biggest repair skills stat in the game now? It might be, right? I mean, that's more than Future. Obviously, Future does a whole bunch of other stuff, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, so R&K is strong. Wyvern, more status effects and skill duration. That's a good change. It's all in line, so it makes sense. I'll take that. Okay, let's look at the next set. So 511 is just more hazard protection. It's sort of Badger Tough gives us more armor on kill at 15%. That's really interesting. That's an interesting combo. The question is, why? You know, and the reason why I say that is you have Hunter's Fury. And so a 4-piece Hunter's Fury is still stronger, right? Isn't Hunter's Fury giving us 15% shotgun damage and 20% armor on kill? So what Badger Tough would give you is more attributes to play with if you decided to go 3-piece Badger Tough. The downside is that you're going to lose the amp damage that Hunter's Fury gives you, plus 5% more armor on kill, plus the status effects that Hunter's Fury gives you. So that's what they need to consider. It's not just a straight up brand attribute buff that they need to look at. They need to look at the bigger picture and its build diversity. And they need our brand set. We need our brand sets to compete with the gear sets more. You know, and it doesn't have to be just through the 3-piece set, but in the combination of other brand pieces too. You know what I mean? And so it's really hard to see the whole picture here with other brand sets because there's so many different combinations. It's hard to think through every one of them. But I have a feeling they're also kind of thinking about the Ninja Bike backpack. So they specifically said it'll be really interesting to see what the players do with the Ninja Bike backpack. They specifically said that. So yeah, Big Boom, you can change Dark Winter attributes. So, you know, and I agree. So think about this, okay? What if you ran the Ninja Bike backpack 2-piece Badger Tough, and 3-piece Hunter's Fury. What do you have there? Holy shit, right? That's 25% shotgun damage, 5% total armor. That's 35% armor on kill, plus 10% more from gunner if you're running that. So potentially 45% armor on kill, status effects, amplified damage. Do you need a backpack talent like the memento in that case? I mean, I'd still like my bonus armor, but you have everything you need right there. Status effects, fast time to kill, fast time to heal. So with the Ninja Bike backpack, a Badger Tough, and a Hunter's Fury combo, look out. That is 1-2 try. Collect your Badger Tough now. 2 pieces Badger Tough. And so look for the named holster. Okay, so there's a named holster Badger Tough, and then you're gonna want your other Badger Tough piece to probably be your chest piece. And so look out for Badger Tough with headshot damage, weapon handling, and Headhunter. That's right. But if you don't want a Headhunter, then I guess you can go Spotter or Obliterate. But yeah, Badger Tough chest pieces are what you should be farming. And then there's a holster that gives you more ammunition. It's got a free slot, so why not? Bellstone Armory is kind of an interesting one. So it's a really good gear brand set. Sorry, it doesn't need that many changes. So, you know, whatever, but the 40% income and repairs, I just don't know why we'd want armor regen, armor on kill, and income and repairs. So there is one build where that would make, that would make an interesting tank build for the most part. So there's that, you know what I mean? So like if you can run 3 pieces Bellstone and then like with a Hela Guard or something like that, or again, another ninja tank build using Foundry. So you could do 2 pieces of Bellstone, 3 pieces of Foundry, and then a Ninja Bike backpack. That'd be kind of interesting. So I gotta say, so you probably want the Foundry chest piece on that one, and then put your Bellstone wherever, and then run the Ninja Bike backpack. That'd be a pretty interesting tank, actually. That's something different. Anyways, the 40% income and repairs. So, you know, if you're running a fixer, then that's cool, or whatever sort of heals. But if there's a healer on your tank, on your team, so like maybe think raid or something like that, or incursions or whatever legendary where there's a healer and a tank together, that'd be a really good build and piece to have. 40% income repairs is no joke. That's quite an accelerator. Brazos de Arquebus, Brazos. So they give us a 30% mag size. I am ecstatic about that. It's a big deal. So I'm especially thinking about the capacitor, but there's going to be lots of other interesting builds to make out of that, including LMGs. It's crazy, right? Yeah, I did see that task list. Yeah, I haven't done a full reaction on the talents yet, so that's going to come next. So look out for that. I'm going to do a full reaction and analysis. And so part of this hopefully will help you farm for next season, but we got a lot of time. So first, focus on cleaning up your stash space. So you got a lot of time to farm otherwise. Hela Guard. That regen is looking really good. 3% regen. Again, think Ninja Bike backpack or memento build there. Golden Gear is looking pretty good too. 10% total armor is the same as Foundry. That's huge. And then you get another 1% armor regen. So that's great. It's great. I mean, it is a little misaligned, the status effect regen build. I mean, the only thing that does align with is technically the chest piece, Ridgeway's Pride. But it's still a decent armor regen gear brand set to run. Habsburg Guard, 20% status effects. Why? Again, that's just a misalignment. We don't run status effects on headshot builds, really. Langmo, Lamemo. So the 20% explosive resistance is amazing. Love it. But the skill health, And then the LMG damage, like, why am I going to run 3 pieces for just 20% LMG damage? Just lame, you know? So don't like it. Uzina Getica gets more hazard protection. That's nice. So anything that helps you more easily become immune to hazards is really good. I got to say, you want that. All the hazard protection. There's so many hazards in the game. And you probably think hazard protection is crap because you don't see it a lot on builds. And I agree. And the reason why is because you have to sacrifice too much to get your hazard protection high enough for it to be worth it. Because in my opinion, to be a little bit hazard protective isn't that interesting in PvE. There's too many hazards, and it's you against 50 guys. And so if you get stuck in riot foam for 1 second or half a second, it's the same. You're toast, right? So you either need to be immune or it needs to be a fraction of a second, fraction of a fraction, right? So basically, when I'm running riot foam protection builds or something like that, I go for about 90% protection. So I don't need to go to 100%. I just need to not get stuck, and 90% is enough to do that. So anything that would allow us to make more immune builds with less pieces is a big deal for us. And I think they need to do more there. That's a way for us to feel stronger and both to have more fun in the game without actually having a power creep. So hazard protection is a big deal. We need it. We need it. And there's way too many hazards in this game. I mean, just how many dudes are throwing fire and riot foam and blind in every faction? There's lawnmowers cutting your Achilles heel. So, everything we can take, we're going to. So, and you'll appreciate it later. Let's see. So that's that one. Let's take a look at Cheska. So Cheska's crap. I mean, that's the worst one ever. So, in my opinion, they need to buff that hazard protection and just F off the health in the back end. D&H, 30% weapon accuracy. It's just not worth it. Your pistols don't really need it. I don't know why you would run that one, to be honest with you. Fenris group with the 30% stability is really interesting. Again, this goes back to that earlier conversation where this is a great 3-piece setup. And all of the stats are perfectly in line for a really good assault rifle build. So you get the AR damage, 20% reload speed, which is not a joke. And then 30% weapon stability is great for any assault rifle. I don't care which one. Now, the deal is, though, is that's half your build. So why would you choose that over a striker build? Right? That's the problem. Unless you're running a Ninja Bike backpack. There it is. So, because it's a utility, right? So remember we talk about, well, Ninja Bike backpack builds, you got to be careful because if you're looking for more damage on your build, Ninja Bike backpack is usually not the answer. But if you're looking for something else to improve your gameplay, then the Ninja Bike backpack is a great option. So if you're running a really strong assault rifle build, whatever, F2000, FAMAS, St. Elmo's, Police M4, whatever, then 3 pieces striker, 2 pieces Fenris, Ninja Bike backpack to unlock the bonuses. That's a great build. That's a great build. You're saying, oh, but I'm losing that striker backpack. Who gives an F? You got 30% weapon stability, more reload speed, all sorts of other things. How do you really feel like your striker build is so weak that if you don't run the backpack, you're not going to perform? If that's how you feel, it's probably not the build. It might be skill. You know what I mean? So the backpack doesn't make or break a striker build at all. So it's absolutely fair to replace that backpack with something else, including the memento. So striker builds, the last thing they usually need is more damage. Let's just call it what it is. Okay, Grupo Sombra. 15% critical hit damage, 20% explosive damage. So that's a big deal. We get 5 more explosive damage. I'll take it. Makes it more worth it to run 2-piece Grupo, I'm going to say. The headshot damage at the back end is, I don't know. Petrov defense group, ammo capacity, that's lame. Overlord for 15% weapon handling. That's pretty good, but I would love to get rid of that accuracy attribute there. That's kind of lame. Walker and Harris, 10% damage to health. That's not bad. Damage to health isn't bad. Combine that with the all mask, the Hollow Man, and a good assault rifle. You got actually a pretty good tank buster build. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm unsure what they're doing with Walker here, though. More health damage. I mean, I would like to see more damage to armor on that one, actually. The 5% weapon damage is pretty weak. So they basically said they're buffing the second and third pieces, right? And so, but some of these have a really weak first piece. Like Walker and Harris, 5% weapon damage is pretty lame. That's really lame. I mean, the only time I run Walker is for the named or perfect talents, or because I need more damage to armor. So the 5% weapon damage actually needs a buff on that. I mean, I think it should be a full red core. I think we should get 15% weapon damage out of that. Either that or make a stronger damage to armor. I'll take either one of those. Anyway, so that's that one. We talked about the expertise costs. This is kind of mumbo jumbo when you look at it, but basically 42 exotics cost to peak out here. So, I mean, that's the big one, right? It's still expensive, but not as much. What was it before? Was it 55, guys? Does that sound right? Was it about 55, wasn't it? Larry, no. Kind of. So that's a good question. So 8% armor regen you get without running the Umbra backpack. That just comes with the 4-piece gear set. If you add the backpack, it actually pushes it to 16%. However, it only works in cover. And you have to have stacks, by which you build from out of cover. Conditions aside, no, if you run the backpack, it's 16%. It's pretty good. 65. Thank you, Sam. 55? 65. All right, we're gonna need a third one. $55 to $20, $80 more to $24. That's insane. 50. That's insane. It's 20 per level after 20, so 20, 40, 60. Okay, yeah, you guys are saying the same thing. Gotcha, Pipster. Pipster, you got your game on today, bro. What's up? Pipster coming out of the woods. Yeah, you can run the ninja bike with any combo. It just unlocks the next attribute. But for the most part, you know, 3 pieces plus a ninja is a really good way. But there's all sorts of crazy builds you can make. So don't get too attached to that. You could run a 2-piece Hunter's Fury, 2-piece Striker. You can do all sorts of weird shit. Depends on what you want to do. And I'll be honest with you, I'm looking forward to more weird shit. You know? I'll start farming for the new system just as I go, Sci-Fi Universe. So I just keep in the back of my mind what I'm looking for, what's interesting to me. So Brazos are going to be really interesting. Gila Guard is going to be really interesting. RNK is going to be extremely interesting. So I'll just be farming as I go and collecting as I go. So if I see RNK, for example, in a zone that I like to farm, then I'm going to just go in there and play a lot, you know, between now and February. And when I see, and then I'll just keep the pieces that look interesting. Headshot damage, explosive resistance. Well, that's not really an attribute, is it? It is. So yeah, headshot damage, explosive resistance, skill damage. Skill damage, explosive resistance builds are really good, and sniper explosive resistance builds are really good. And now rifle explosive resistance builds might make the list, and even assault rifles maybe, because we now have more explosive resistance stats that are higher. So it might be easier to get there, so we might sacrifice not as much to get there. So we'll see. We'll see about that. Still might not be enough. But yeah, so I mean, so that's the big stuff. I think we covered that. And then there's the weapons. So let's look at the weapons, okay, real quick. Show more. And so I'm just gonna kind of skim this because there's a lot here. They basically, everything got touched, all right? And so we talked about I talked about weekly projects. One of the big things to be aware of, actually, since we're here, is the, they talk about combat lock, and this is under PvE. So that's kind of annoying. See, PvE improvements here, okay. And then it says, while in combat, players will no longer be allowed to swap individual gear pieces or loadouts. That's lame. because if you're interested in builds and you're out there optimizing your build, you do it mid-battle. So, I mean, I really don't want to have to fast travel back to this safe house just to make a gear change and then go back to the battle. This is going to really slow things down. That's annoying. But I did want to show you real quick the Summit project. That's actually pretty cool. That, in my opinion, they made it a lot easier. So now you only have to complete 15 floors instead of 30, and then you get some more gear along with it, more XP, 2 named item caches instead of 1. So that's cool. And then, of course, you get your exotic as you would expect. Here's the weapon balancing, but there's somewhere in here is the descent game mode. Let's do that real fast, just get it out of the way. But the descent game mode is getting a vendor. Where does it talk about that? Yeah, let's see. First of all, it's all easier, so you can get to the Nemesis faster. The reward requirements are more accelerated, so you're gonna end up with more loot and caches and rewards. Here we go. Added exotic and named caches with the NSA tech store found outside the descent entrance. So that's amazing. That's all I needed to get back in there. That's all I needed, you know, because the game mode is fun. I really enjoyed it. It just wasn't rewarding enough just to have, you know, your name on a list in rankings. Like, I don't give a crap, you know what I mean? Because I'm not going to spend more than 30 hours straight on that game mode without logging out. I'm just not that guy. So, you know, I like it. It's interesting, but, you know, I still think it needs to go faster. The whole thing needs to go faster. You know what I mean? And so I think they still need to nerf it, buff it, whatever they need to do, buff us, nerf it. But we need to get through it faster. Every floor, we need to just be, it needs to feel like the entire thing needs to feel like one streamlined session. And, you know, we could talk about this in a different stream, but the whole thing needs to be one streamlined session. So it goes faster. So you get to level 30 faster. Like it's one giant run and gun. You know, and it should be hard at some point. I'm not saying it shouldn't be difficult. It should be, but it needs to be a little bit easier, a little bit faster. So things like, you know, running out of ammo is one way to not running out of ammo is at some point will help you go faster in those upper levels. And I think that's important. The ammo should only be an issue early on, I think. Things like that, you know, so we can go through it faster. Anyways, that's a big deal. Okay. So let's go back to the weapons and we'll just highlight some of these cool changes. So looking at the exotics, of course, we're going to get the 3rd attribute will be reconfigurable. That's a big game changer, flat out. Things like the chameleon, the Scorpio, even the Eagle Bearer. The ACRE gets some more weapon damage. A really great weapon. I mean, it's not a huge change, but that will make it closer to those heavy hitters. It's kind of a slow, strong one. Let's see here. We got the F2000 getting a higher RPM and 10 mag size, making it closer to the CTAR. So that's going to be a really, really, really powerful weapon, especially the shield splinter. So if you haven't got the shield splinter, unlock it now. You do that by taking out all of the Washington, D.C. hunters, the original hunters. So do that now, because the shield splinter is a great weapon. Plus you get skins. And then the CTAR gets 10% mag size, so does the Rail Splitter, the named version, and that's a big deal. So fast weapons need more ammo because you miss more too. So it makes it a more enjoyable weapon, less reloading. The Fowls get a little bit of damage, lame. G36, skip that. Honey Badger gets a little bit of a mag size buff, that's nice. MK16s, just a little bit of damage. P416, then the Eagle Bearer get 50 RPM. That's huge. So the P416 used to be the meta assault rifle back in the day, early days. The Glory Days is already amazing with its stability. It grants you 100% stability or something like that. So that's amazing. And then the Eagle Bearer, of course, is the exotic with plus 50 RPM. That's huge. It's already got a large mag. Now, that makes this perhaps the best DPS weapon in the game. However, I'm still not sure I care. And we're talking about assault rifles, best assault rifle DPS. I'm still not sure I care. I'm still not sure that I would want to choose that over the St. Elmo's. So the St. Elmo's is still gonna have more ammo, but the St. Elmo's actually shocks their enemies, so there's something along with it, where the Eagle Bearer gives you some resistance, but we all know that resistance is kind of bullshit. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass to acquire that resistance and then to maintain it. And then it gives you the tenacity buff, weapon handling and stuff like that, which is a little okay. But, you know, the St. Elmo's is already handles like a dream. You know what I mean? So 50 RPM on the Eagle Bearer is great. It's still going to be a beast. This needs weapon handling to go along with it, in my opinion. So it's sort of just okay of a change. And everybody that's overhyping that, I would just calm down a little bit. You know what I mean? So it needs weapon handling. Converted SMG, that's a Tech 9, gets plus 50 RPM. Super psyched about that. The rest of these are just kind of little improvements. All other LMGs get 20% weapon damage. Very, very needed, right? We need more separation between the LMGs and the assault rifles. And so these aren't balanced at all because they actually kind of suck. The suppression mechanic is kind of counterintuitive to what we're trying to accomplish, which is to clear content quickly. And suppressing doesn't clear content quickly. It actually slows it down, especially when you're solo. In groups, if you got a team that's willing to take advantage of that, then that's great. But in some circumstances, you can't. Like in Legendary, you can suppress them, but you know, nobody's going to go face tank them. Perhaps, depends, right? So we just need the weapon itself to be stronger, faster. So bigger mags, faster reloads, better weapon handling, and more damage. I mean, across the board. So this is a move in the right direction, but it still needs more work, I think, in the LMG category. So great stuff, though. Rifles, what's interesting? So they're buffing the Merciless, still not enough. I think the one that's really interesting here is probably the MK17, which is a really strong weapon. It's just below the M1As when it comes to DPS. So 25% weapon damage is actually a pretty big deal on that. And then the SIG CQB, which is also the artist tool, gets another 25% weapon damage. And that's a great gun. Handles like a dream, big mag, lots of mods, and now it's got more damage. So that's cool. The Covert SRS, which is also the Mantis and also happens to be my favorite sniper in the game. This whole category gets a 30% weapon damage buff. I think that's one of the most exciting things of all of this. The SVDs get a big weapon damage buff. Well, sort of big, 50% weapon damage, just like another Red Core. That includes the Dread Edict, which is the best SVD of all. The Commando's not bad, though, by the way, if you haven't used it. It's actually has a serious uptime on its talent. And I like breaking out the SVDs from time to time. Once you get the handling thing, figure it out, then you realize they are a beast and they can one-shot chain kill as well as a multi-shot when you need to. So pretty good. The Scalpel gets a little bit of an RPM. I don't know about that. The Carbine 7 and the Stoners will be easier to farm. And that's it. So, yeah. In a nutshell. In a nutshell. Give me a quick second. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff is pretty obvious that we discussed. So I didn't want to spend too much time on it. I think it's pretty straightforward. You know, there's going to be a lot more build diversity. And I'm really interested in building more from scratch is what I call it. It's one of my favorite things to do. And gear sets kind of always have bored me a little bit. And we've just started using them because that's what the devs keep giving us. Right? So... and they're cool. I like them from time to time, but there's just not as much you can play with. Like if you use those, just bringing this up as an example, those explosive resistance builds that I've created, you know, there's so much creativity in there because I have the stats to do it, you know, and then we create sniper builds from scratch because, you know, you can throw on armor regen and you can throw on headshot damage or more handling and just, we need more things, more roles to play with. You know, it would even be cool to like see even more attribute stats on brands or on our gear, you know, and then maybe make one of those fixed to like a hazard protection. So you could only stick a hazard protection on that third bonus attribute, you know, somewhere down there. That would be cool. That'd be a fun way to make us stronger without power creep. You know, who knows, right? But Oh yeah, Larry, I love that idea. Eagle bearer, like determined. It should be easy, you know. And I do have a build that's interesting for the Eagle bearer that I really enjoy. But the only time I like running the Eagle bearer is with the Ninja Bike backpack because I need handling on that thing, and that says something. That says something. So they gave it more RPM, but I'm sort of like, who cares? I mean, we've all ran the Eagle bearer with Umbra, so we know what the extra RPM feels like. And it's not that exciting if you don't have the handling to go with it, you know? So, you know, again, that's just one of those things where if you go based off of a spreadsheet and you know, get really excited about it because of that, it's just not going to pan out in game because you're going to be irritated by how often you're not utilizing your tenacity talent, you know? And maybe if you're on PC, you know, maybe you don't realize that as much. I get that. So, but, you know, for us console players, I notice it and it bugs me. You know what I mean? It's like, why am I running this gun? I'm trying to run it so I can be immune, and boy, oh boy, what a pain in the ass. But if I run it with the Ninja Bike build and, you know, one piece of hot shot, then it feels amazing, but I'm forcing it. I'm forcing it, right? Just for the gun, just to use a gun. But, you know, you got to have at least one build for every gun. So, you know, I believe in that. But that is when you have to load on that much weapon handling to get it to work, that's saying something. You know? Don't you think? I mean, if you have to add 30% weapon handling to get it to work, doesn't that say something about the weapon, what it really needs? Is RPM what it really needs? I have 2 Eagle bearers. How much do you see me run it? How often do you see me run it? You know? Never, right? And so it's because it's just like I got to dedicate half my build just to get it to handle. And it's just like there's other assault rifles that are just better. I'm telling you, the St. Elmo's is still better. Notice they didn't buff the St. Elmo's, right? Or the Police M4. You notice the Police M4 was not on the list? Why? Because it's perfectly balanced. And that's why it's a crowd favorite, because it's easy to adopt. And you probably notice that you perform better with the Police M4 than you do with the Eagle Bearer. You perform better with it, even though but the Police M4 isn't the top DPS assault rifle on my spreadsheet. Yeah, I get that, but I'm still kicking ass better with it than I am with the Eagle Bearer. You know what I mean? So what's going on there, right? Numbers don't lie, do they? They do. They don't tell the whole story, right? So there's so much missing. And so it's the St. Elmo's is still going to be a better assault rifle because it shocks your enemy. That's a big deal. Not all the time it shocks the enemy, but a lot of time it shocks the enemy. And there's more build diversity out of the St. Elmo's. You can make team support builds out of it. Use that shock ammo for good. So, you know, it's one of those things. It's not enough, but it's better. I mean, it's something, you know. But here's the deal. I don't have the Eagle Bear with me. It's on my other character, so I can't show you. But here's the deal. I appreciate you, Axley. Thanks for that Prime sub. Yeah, we're about to blow shit up here in a second. So here's the deal. Like, if you look closely at the talent on the Eagle Bear, and sorry I don't have it on me right now, but it says you got to get a headshot kill in order to activate tenacity, okay? Now, the problem with that is that, or the problem that they just created is that they're giving you higher RPMs, and we've discussed before, the higher the RPM, the more difficult it is to go for headshots because you end up missing more and it leads to more reloads, which is kind of the problem with the Bighorn as an example. And so when I go for a headshot assault rifle builds, I like the slower ones, like the Kingbreaker, like the Invisible Hand. You know, so these are really good headshot weapons. The higher the RPM, the more you're gonna miss, the more you're gonna reload because that's a smaller target and they're jittery, these enemies, and they're gonna be ducking and whatever and all that stuff. So of course we go for headshots in every build we want to, but The Eagle Bear is asking you to go for 100% headshots so you can activate tenacity. And so, you know, that they're making it more misses per second. So they're increasing the MPS stat. So basically I'm looking at it, this is kind of funny. Nobody else is going to tell you this, but I'm looking at it as a nerf, because what's happening is, like, on some of these other things that I talked about in the video too, by the way, let me get this thing moving up to the right place. Hold on a second. You go to this weapon. One of these ones at the top here, where they give you this one. Okay. This is an important one right here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the Ouroboros formula. Okay. And so higher RPM requires a bigger mag because you're going to be missing more and reloading more. So the Eagle Bearer already has a larger mag at 60 rounds. So by increasing the RPM, you're now missing more. And although that, you know, that total damage potential that was in the mag has now been sort of nerfed because because you can have more misses per second, more bullets are going to miss per second. Basically, less bullets in that mag are going to actually land, you know, and that is performance based. It is on you, but that is the impact of greater RPMs. Your misses per second, it increases with that DPS, right? It's just, you're going to miss. Nobody does 100% accurate, 100%. Nobody has 100% accuracy in this game. And if you do, I want to meet you, and I need some lessons. So, anyways, but so the devs aren't thinking about that. I mean, I like faster RPMs. RPMs are ultimately welcomed for me. Even though they have a diminished return, like the Ouroboros has a major diminished return unless you're standing right in front of the enemy and pumping the whole mag into his chest. Otherwise, the 1485 RPM, I could really care less. I was cool with the 1200 RPM and missing less. You know what I mean? For the non-exotic version. But I like the gun. But in the end, it is a little underwhelming, and I wish we had a talent that worked for us. So it's got a larger mag, but it needs it. You know how bad this weapon would be if it had the original 35 rounds in it? It'd be a horrible weapon, horrible, because they're making you miss more. So I don't play any better with the Ouroboros than I do with the Tactical Vector, and I've tested thoroughly. So the Tactical Vector, which is a non-exotic Ouroboros, performs just as good, if not a little bit better, because you can have a damage talent that is really useful in certain situations. So, you know, they basically flatten out though. So I play the same ultimately with the Ouroboros and the Tactical Vector in Legendary as well, in Legendary group play, not just Heroic. So, and so all of that stuff isn't obvious though, right? Because on paper, on the stats board, in the testing range, in DPS metrics, on a spreadsheet, it doesn't go beyond just telling you this weapon, if you're looking just at DPS, this weapon is better. You know? And so it's just like, but the impact on your actual gameplay is null or negative. So if it's better in DPS, how come it's worse in gameplay? Right? And so you have to look beyond the paper and go into practice with this stuff. And that's my point with the Eagle Bearer. Right? And that's my point with this highlighted item here, the F2000. So you're probably excited that they gave you the plus 10 rounds in your magazine. They had to, because they gave it a faster RPM. So basically that's what they did with the CTAR, right? So the CTAR needed plus 10 rounds because you miss a lot at 900 RPM. And so by increasing the RPM on the F2000, you're increasing that problem. So you need a mag to compensate. You have to have the mag to compensate. It's a compensator. You have to have it. So, you know, it's like it's not there. It's like it's not there. And same with the RPM isn't there, except in those extreme circumstances where you're standing right in front of the enemy. And so we'll take it because there are those circumstances. So we will take it. You know what I mean? We are going to take that, and it will buff that situation. that situation is buffed, and that situation does happen a lot. So it is a good change. You know what I mean? So don't get me wrong, it's a good change. Same with the Ouroboros, because that situation where I'm standing in front of a door and the enemies are coming out and I don't miss because I'm standing right in front of them, it happens a lot. And so, you know, I can get 100% accuracy on those 50 round mags in that 50 round mag. So that's cool. So it's just not all the time though, right? And so, but that situation happens and that situation is now buffed. So good. You know what I mean? And same with the F2000. So, you know, they increase the RPM. That means you're going to be missing more. They give you a mag, which basically means it's not there. You might as well have the same RPM, except there's going to be those situations where you're standing in front of a big fat enemy, like a chunga, where you're going to land 100% of your shots on this chest. So you got more rounds and a higher RPM, better DPS to do that. So it's welcomed. It is a good change, but it's going to be situational in where it helps you. So it's going to save you in that situation. But in the end of the half-hour long legendary mission that you just completed, your stats are probably going to be the same, right? Because those situations aren't happening as much as you would like them to. So you can be missing for the rest of the engagements, when it's not a big fat chunga or tank that doesn't move, then you're going to be missing a lot more shots, and you're going to be reloading just as much as if you didn't have that bigger mag. So in the end, it just kind of evens out. You know what I mean? But it's going to help you not die in that one situation. So that's good. That's good. It helps you get rid of that chunga a little bit faster. So that's good. That means you're taking less damage. Right, so it's a win for us. It's a win for us is what I'm saying. But it's just not gonna be like, oh my God, this game just got so much easier. I'm gonna be so much stronger. You're not. You're not. They don't want the game to get lopsided like that. These guys aren't, I know we don't have a lot of faith in devs, but they're not complete fucking assholes. You know what I mean? Like, they're not gonna let the game get so out of fucking whack that they're just gonna have to come back and buff with the NPCs. You know? So they know. These guys aren't idiots. They know we're not gonna get godly with this stuff. They know that. And in my perspective, I think some of these things need more emphasis. More, you know, 10% weapon damage. Who gives a crap? We all saw what 20% expertise on the Ouroboros did. Absolutely nothing, right? So what do you think 10% weapon damage is going to do to any of your weapons? Nothing. And there's several weapons, like the ACRE gets 10% weapon damage. I'm sort of like, yeah, whoop-de-doo, you know? I mean, I'll take it, but my point is that that's not enough for me to switch to that weapon full time or make it my favorite assault rifle. And it's not enough to make you feel like you're overpowered in the game. I promise. You know, however, there's going to be a couple of combinations out there that are going to be quite interesting, right? Obliterates, new power up. What's that one that we always use on the defense side? This thing is going to be amazing. Preservation is getting a potential 30% armor on kill when you get a headshot kill. That is huge. That's a 10% increase, and armor on kill metrics is a big deal. So 10% weapon damage, who gives a shit? 10% armor on kill, big deal. Big deal. And so that's going to be really interesting for maybe a shotgun build, assault rifle builds. I mean, imagine running striker, your strong striker now with preservation, right? And you're gonna get 15-15. So armor on kill builds, pistol rifles, all that stuff. So there's some really exciting stuff. So not everything is flat, is what I'm saying. So there is stuff to really get excited about. But what I'm trying to say, just to let's say end it here, is that it's not going to be an overwhelming change where the game is going to break. You know what I mean? I think it's just going to make it a little bit more enjoyable and open up some build diversity. It's going to allow us and encourage us to play a little bit more, building from scratch and using some of these talents that we've always liked. And we're probably going to like them a little bit more. Like, I've always loved preservation, and now I'm going to like preservation a little bit more. Right, and create some fun preservation builds, and even lose determined, which is quite effective. But if you're running and gunning and you know, you're using a pistol, you don't have to run determined. You know, preservation can be quite fun. So whatever. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. So lots of exciting stuff. I'm very excited. We'll continue the conversation. It doesn't end here. The next conversation we'll be having will be focused on talents. So look out for that. We're gonna focus on the new talent changes coming in season 3. All right, so let's, can we segue? All right, so today we are gonna be focusing on HollyWood event. So, and I promised you guys more explosive builds, not just the crazy creative ones, because I got a ton of those, but I know for newer players, those can be sometimes difficult to run because they're not traditional. Let's see if there's anything good here. Oh, a scalpel. You know, they require, like I got some run and gun explosive builds, and it takes a little bit of skill to use those. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say it. But so we created the mortar build the other day, and that was a ton of fun and very effective. And it's gonna get stronger, so I do encourage you to make one. And that was this build here. And so this one is based on explosive damage with status effects. It's a play from cover. It annihilates everything. Ticks people to death, bleeds them to death, and hits them very hard. Okay, so I made another one for you, and this one's gonna be focus on Empress International, and it's gonna be basically an unlimited seeker mine built in the more of a traditional way, okay? And so, and then on the other one, you can use anything you want to. We can still use mortars, actually. Let's go ahead and do that. You can use hives. Remember, your stinger hive is also an explosive skill. Make extra mortar, but I'll use the mortar because it hits hard. Cool. And then we got the clusters. Cool. Okay. And I don't have mods on here yet. So I got the mop, but I'm probably gonna run the capacitor if I can even manage to use it. But you want it in hand at least. This isn't a bleed one, so this is gonna be skill damage, or basically explosive damage, skill damage, and skill haste. That's the equation here. And so we're running 2 pieces of Grupo. You need Demolitionist, of course, and then we're running 2 pieces of Grupo. It's gonna give us explosive damage. And then on this, I'll go ahead and run skill haste because nothing else is that interesting. Again, this is one that you could put armor on kill on because you don't got any other real heals, and the mop is going to kind of be a pain in the ass to use on this build because you're so busy with your skills. The second Grupo is my knees. It's got skill damage and status effects. I don't have one with skill haste, but I would prefer that. But status effects isn't bad. Because we are going to put out status effects, but this is going to be more of a direct explosive build. The holster is China Light, skill damage and skill haste. So pretty traditional. That's giving us explosive damage, pretty important. And then we're running 3 pieces of Empress. And so these are key pieces here. So this can give us skill health, skill damage, skill efficiency. Skill efficiency includes everything, including status effects, skill damage, and skill haste, and duration, and health. So it's a big deal. And repair skills, by the way. Skill damage, skill haste, and then the chest piece. Okay, so on the chest piece, I'm running perfectly skilled. And so this chest piece is called Caesar's Guard. So skill kills have a 30% chance to reset cooldowns. And because we're running the mortar turret, you guys know how serious that thing is. So we're not running glass cannon anymore, but it's strong even without glass cannon. So I'll show you that. And then the backpack is kills from cover reduce skill cooldowns by 15%. So they sometimes can override each other, right? So but this is every 3 kills, or it's a chance, really. It's RNG based, but basically every 3 kills. So, and then the other 2 kills are hopefully going to reset it. So basically what I'm saying is there's times where you're going to get back-to-back seeker mines. That's how this works. And it pans out to be pretty good. The other way you can make these is with the hardwired gear set, but in the end, these basically work the same. This one, you just get a better use out of your skills. Where the hardwired one, you have to run basically a hive. So you're a little bit in more control, but at the same time, it's you're down a skill, just so you can have unlimited seekers that miss a lot, right? The seeker mines are annoying how much they miss. So. All right, so let's go put it to the test. Let's make sure we got our event turned on. You can run directives with this one, actually, because if I remember right, because this skill uptime is high, so, and then these talents will override the skill cooldown and, when you earn them. So if you wanted to run all 5 directives, you can. I'm just gonna skip it for now. You can add them later.
Hostile control point nearby.
All right, and then if we want to run a team thing in a little bit, we can. If anybody's playing, Grumpy, are you playing? Should we pick up our District Union Arena run? So we had a really fun run the other day. We ran all the invadeds. I think that was yesterday, right? So we did all the invadeds with all directives, and HollyWood turned on, which makes it extremely hard, right? But we mowed through it like it was nothing. So I was quite impressed. The team did a really good job. And then we got the legendary, and we struggled a little bit, but we basically figured it out. So we died at one time. Oops, I missed that. We died one time, and then on the second run, we had it figured out, and then we died at the last second, and it really sucked because we almost finished. So really fun run.
Heavy ammunition detected. Hostile protection.
You too? So I'm not using my gun. I should be though. But as you can see, like with these skills, so we see how I got my skill back right away. So because of the kill. So I got my mortar back right away. So it definitely works, that talent. And you're not even worried about it, right? You're good to go. But as you can see, I've always find it difficult to use, look at that, so we got a double kill there. I always find it difficult to use my primary weapon on these builds. I got more for you too over here. So pretty easy build, you know, it's all about finding a really good spot to hang out. That right on his head. What happened to my secret mines? Are they glitching? So they launched and then nothing exploded.
Detected. Ammunition.
I think it might be a glitch because I earned them back, and I think when I earned them back, it canceled them. I don't know, I gotta watch that. Either way, our cooldowns are pretty quick. You guys noticing how fast that cooldown is? Pretty quick. Ain't no thing but a chicken wang.
Heavy ammunition detected. Detecting additional hostile
Uh-oh.
attacks. Hostile projectile now removed.
Get out of here, lady. So this is your problem. Got no rush protection. You don't want to blow yourself up, but, you know.
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostile protection restored. Detected heavy ammunition.
See that? It just happened again. So it is glitchy now. So there's something happening with the chest where if I earn calculated or the chest piece talent, what is it called? Skilled. So if I earn skilled when my seekers are deployed, it cancels them.
Detected heavy ammunition.
So we might want to get rid of that chest piece. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I could also switch my skills. But a lot of people like to run the seekers with their turret because it's kind of, you don't have to think about it. It's kind of why you just throw it and move on with your life. I'm not a huge fan of the seekers because of their inaccuracy, but for that reason, I do like it. So look at that. So he was severely damaged, and it took me 3 explosions from my weapon, my specialization weapon, which is fully loaded with explosions damage, right? So he was damaged. It's not like he wasn't, you know? So the fact that it took 3 rounds on a guy that was already damaged when I got maximum explosions is pretty annoying. And that's why the only specialization weapon I really can stand by is the TAC 50. It's the only one that does its job. And that's safe to do. I mean, because you also have other weapons like, whatchamacallit, the minigun. The problem with that one is that you got to get out of cover to use it. So it's just like, it's not really safe to try to use it a lot. So it becomes very situational, which is okay, you know.
Detected heavy ammunition.
One thing I wish they did is fix that that weapon handling, weapon swap speed on the named weapons or specialization weapons are so annoying. It's so annoying. It gets me killed to swap weapons. What is that about? Two rounds on a rusher. So rushers are weak. Okay, rushers are really weak. Look at that. He didn't even die. Jesus, H. Yeah, so I mean, I'm just disappointed. The only way to make this thing stronger is basically a tip of spear build and glass cannon. And I'm not gonna do that. See, that's also why I like the bleed version, okay? Because a lot of these guys would be dead just from the bleed and the biomask. So I do like that better, the other one that I showed you. But this is another way to go. And I'm not running glass cannon, so that's nice. See, it just canceled my skills again. Oh, well, no, that time it didn't. Okay, that's good. Because I didn't get the refresh. That's why. Oh, great. I gotta finally use my gun. Well, I would, except I got my explosive thing. Okay, so he's almost dead. Let's see if we can get him on one. Nope. How fucked up is that, right?
Hostile detected.
It's a game of anticipation.
Detected.
See that? It canceled my skill. You see? Something's wrong. I had thrown my skill out, and now they're back on me, and I don't even know what to do with them. There we go.
He's hit. Bring it down. Another hit.
Protected hostile restored. Heavy ammunition detected.
There it is. Felt pretty good. You know, it depends on your playstyle. It's fun for a minute, but this way kind of feels a little bit brain dead for me because,
Unlocked.
you know, it's easy. Just kind of posting up and launching, but it's extremely effective and strong. And it's a little funny to see the bodies hitting the flow. Sticky bomb's a good idea, actually, yeah. It's a pretty good idea. Or the Firefly. Firefly is really good too. You got a lot of explosive skill options, so yeah, you don't have to use the Seeker. You also got the traps. The shrapnel traps. Which is mostly in case you get rushed. So these two things are for close range. Which isn't a really good thing to have if you're building into cooldowns. But the Firefly is... but it's already got... The burst is already fast. As you can see, 13 seconds, so you can be so busy. So you're looking for something on the longer end. So the explosive sticky's nice. More targeted. Probably more effective. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to how... Well, let's try to pay attention to how many of those Seekers are actually doing anything good. I think the Seekers are more probably beneficial for a group. You know, they basically... What they're best at is just getting people out of cover. Yeah, we're live. I'm live. I'm on the Xbox, yeah. Okay, let's head to another area that's good to use this. Let's try this one. Sarah! Yeah, so this build will get buffed next season too, right? So Grupo gets stronger and China Light gets stronger. And Empress gets stronger. So you're not going to get any win from China because we're only running one piece, but we are getting more explosive resistance out of Grupo, so that's good. So you get that, and then Empress is going to give you 10% more damage. So this is going to get basically 15% more damage, this build. And I think that's meaningful on an explosive build.
Detected. Hostile supply convoy. Heavily armed.
Happy birthday!
Hostile protection. Detected. Heavy ammunition. Reinforcements en route. Hostile protection restored.
Excuse me.
Medical assistance needed.
See, Seekers, they didn't do anything. Fucking Seekers. How are you hitting me over there? That's a miss, huh? So you got my seekers back. And we got armor on kill just because I was holding the weapon. Did you see that? Okay, so the mop is probably the better one to have in hand then. So we'll keep an eye on that. So I'm getting armor on kill just from holding my mop. Not sure that's supposed to work like that anymore. I thought they fixed that, didn't they? They fixed preservation, but maybe this one is still okay. Yeah, you see that? Armor on kill. So all they got to do is have the mop in hand, yeah. And it used to work like that, and I thought they had fixed it, but might just have been preservation they fixed. Preservation used to kick in too, which I do have on this gun. My dude, I want to blow you up. I don't want to use my gun. God damn special weapon. The weapon swap is so slow, you know? I wish our explosions made that cartoon sound, you know?
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostile protection now removed.
That was a delay. Come on, man.
Detected heavy ammunition. Protected hostile restored. Detected.
Got our seekers back.
Munitions.
I need to move to a better spot.
I hate you, riflemen. You deserve big explosions. Too early. Get into my circle.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Patrick Wood, what up, man?
Think you're coming for me.
Ah, missed that. See, the biomask would be nice. I really like the biomask version better. Because they'd all be taking damage. And I think your team would like it better, too, if you're running in group.
Hostile protection restored.
But they get the job done either way.
I've got you.
There's a couple of different ways you can run this one.
Removed hostile protection.
Need to reload.
Yeah, preservation is I mean, the mop is a good trick though. I definitely recommend that. Because, you know, you're not taking damage all the time, but you take enough where it'd be annoying to always be on your, like, last leg of health.
Hostile protection restored.
There it is. Is that rogues? Yeah. Figured they were coming.
Rogue agent detected.
So the chest and backpack talent are not getting much impact on your tankier targets, right? Because they're on kill talents, which for the most part, you're doing pretty well.
Rogue assault turret detected. Hostile assault turret detected. Rogue defender drone detected. Hostile defender drone detected. Rogue sniper turret detected. Hostile sniper turret detected.
Getting attacked from the back now, aren't they? Uh-oh, they're in trouble. Got one of them. They're bleeding out. Don't you steal my kill. Oh, you dicks.
Rogue agent eliminated. Supply room access. Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Can you imagine having one of these in real life? It'd be pretty cool to be having a little mobile artillery, right?
Protected hostile restored.
I've got your back. We'll defend ourselves.
Yeah, they can see that red circle. I don't know. Yeah, it is funny how they know they're being targeted. They're just sitting there doing acrobats the whole time, right?
We make a good team.
All right, so that's a build. Pretty straightforward, really strong, pretty basic and traditional and effective. All content, heroic, legendary. Really good for legendary. If you struggle yourself with legendary missions because you're new to them or something like that, it's a good way to go, man. You know, it's a way to, like, if you really want to contribute to the team, you know what I mean, and put some serious damage numbers. I mean, the best DPS players will struggle to match your damage numbers. So, and I know this for a fact because, ooh, that's a nice RNK. I play with a guy and he loves his explosive build, and we do these legendary speedrun thingies, and he would run the explosive build, that's right, on our speedruns, and it was a tremendous help. I mean, and at the end, his damage numbers would be greater than mine in many cases, or tied or very comparable. Either way, you know, and I'm running an all-red striker, you know? And yeah, these are extremely powerful builds. And the one he was running, the one he runs, and that's actually originally how I got this idea, was a version of this. So he's running a version of this one. And so this one, I'll go ahead and run it one or two control points. This one's better in my opinion. I mean, for one, you're running glass cannon, which is a pain in the ass, but it's also extremely effective. And for this kind of build, you can see we're doing nothing but playing in cover. So, and then I got goal in here. You could also run electric if this is hard to farm. And then our exotic is the vial, so the enemies are getting a damage over time debuff. And then tech support for more damage. And then 2 groupos, same as before. And then we have status effects everywhere, making that vial really strong, as well as elongating the bleed. So this build is a beast, and I'm going to show you why. But let me grab some gear before I do. See if there's any goodies here. No. The darkness. Nope, don't like it. Don't like that gun. It's a nice Providence backpack, actually. Take it. Providence got some really, I run my sniper builds a lot, so I collect them. And then just end up crushing them later on. All right, that's everything. Cool, let's just go demonstrate this one real quick. Obviously, it'll function very much the same, but what I'm going to be showcasing you is the bleed out feature. Huge, huge. As a matter of fact, creeping death as a backpack talent on this one makes a ton of sense. You're debuffing the entire field, and that damage will add up at the end of your legendary mission. So... tick, 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 tick. Everybody ticking, vial ticking. Anybody that bleeds would get the vial. You get that? So if you run the, so we're talking about creeping death, which unfortunately I don't have. Well, I guess here's one here. Nope, it's bloodsucker. That's bloodsucker too. Yeah, they're all bloodsuckers. I don't carry much creeping death around. Yeah, I don't have it. But creeping death basically spreads the status effect to nearest enemies. So if they're in status effect, that means they're taking damage, right? Status effects is damage. Cool. But as soon as that status effect hits them, they're going to get the damage debuff from vials. So they're taking even more damage. And you didn't even hit them with anything, right? So these are enemies that are basically catching it like it's the flu, or a plague, right? So they didn't get hit directly by any explosion, yet they're bleeding anyways and taking the vial anyways. So creeping death is extremely powerful on this build. Definitely worth the shot. So unfortunately I don't have it on my setup. Only got so much room for gear, you know what I mean? Something's got to give. I'll see you, Greg. If you're taking off. You want me to sing some "Oh Carol"? I don't know the words to any song. So that's the downside to that. I'm like the worst. I don't know any words to anything. Except for some maybe old hip hop stuff, but only phrases. So see, he's gonna bleed out. So I didn't have to hit him again. And that saves me a ton of ammo. There's always some guys sneaking up behind me.
Heavy ammunition detected.
So he's gonna bleed out. And so it's extremely helpful in group too, because it makes enemies faster to kill, right? Because they got less armor. So you're basically, it's an interesting way to look at it. And I had this big discussion back in the day, and I think it's a really interesting topic.
Detected heavy ammunition.
And that topic is like, so and when we were doing these speed runs and my friend was running a similar build to this, the question is like, I started to think like, why am I running the strongest DPS build in the game when these enemies, there's not much left of them by the time I'm shooting at them? You know what I mean? Like literally, they're just like a little bit of health bar. Like my time to kill is like, whatever, who cares? You understand what I'm saying? Like in group scenario, it's really interesting. It's just like, you don't need the DPS. I mean, how much DPS do you need to shoot a couple of health ticks that are remaining on an enemy, right? Nothing. Like you're killing them in one bullet. Who cares what your damage is in the end? Isn't that interesting if you think about that? You know, in certain groups and setups. And so, I mean, the sad part is that you have to run the strongest DPS on your build because you don't know what to expect, right? Because of, you don't know who you're gonna be playing with and shit. And so, and you don't know what builds they're gonna be wearing and whatever. But if you're running with a teammate, like who's running one of these explosive builds and everybody is ticking and there's basically nothing left of the enemy by the time you start shooting at them, or even if you're shooting at them at the same time, who cares what your DPS is? You can be running the tankiest tank build ever. You're gonna only need to put one bullet in them. These guys suck at, they take all your mortars, those bosses. You wanna play? Damn, he's hard to kill. He really does take everything. So just get some stacks on my thing here.
Removed hostile protection. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
This is not the time.
Detected heavy munitions. Protected hostile restored.
Back to our hot sled. Enemy there.
Really? That doesn't make any sense, right?
Can't see him from here.
Apparently you can survive by being under the explosion. So he bled out. That's amazing bleed, man. I'm telling you, this is the way to go. Just stay in cover, and I mean, that glass cannon is helping the tick. So he just one hit there, and look at him, look at him. And so imagine if you have a DPS player. I mean, that DPS player is only gonna have to put one or two bullets into that guy. This is the better build.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Am I really taking damage from the back? Who the fuck is shooting me? That's annoying. This guy's somewhere over here. This one. Ah.
Hostile restored protection. Heavy ammunition detected.
Taking damage from the back, which is annoying. Just let that guy bleed out. Move on. So, yeah, let him bleed and then move on. You see him bleeding? And so, whether you have the mop or the capacitor, doesn't matter because they both have damage to armor, and you want damage to armor for the bleed. So, but if you have the mop, you're gonna get some armor on kill too, so that's good.
Heavy ammunition detected.
That's one thing that's good about that. Hand cannon is stops the rush.
Protection removed.
So let's see, she bleeds out. So one hit. So the other one, it took more than one hit, but on this one, she was at full armor. And she dies. Yeah. So I think this one's more worth it. And so if I had Creeping Death, they would have all bled right there. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Detected. Munitions. Protected hostile restored.
I don't know why my secret mines won't attack anything. They're annoying sometimes.
Serious trauma detected.
I had him deployed. I was trying to get him to run, but you have to double tap. Oops, almost blew myself up.
We need to lock down the area.
Get him, get him.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Yeah, he's not gonna last very long. This one's more fun. I like, it's interesting. It's more interesting visually too, to watch him bleed out. If you're a sadist of any sorts. Speaking of which, sadist is a good talent for that.
Going to hide all day? Let's find them.
Supply room access unlocked.
Oh yeah, there's some bugs out there. Yeah, I'm gonna make a bug video actually here real soon, because I've been catching some crazy bugs. Like, and it's like they're slipping through the cracks. Like, I don't know if anybody notices them, because they're, I don't know how to say it, but they're just like, they're just weird and random. So one, I was fighting these rogues and it was actually on this control point, okay? And there was two of them, I was solo. And so the rogue runs back here, okay? He runs back here, he hides. And then he runs over here. And just drop that, get rid of that guy. And then he comes up here and then he hides, okay? And then he's shooting at me. I'm way over there. Okay, let me show you where I am. Because you need, this is an interesting bug, and I'm gonna do a whole video on it because it's like, come on, devs. And so I'm way over here. I'm right here, okay? So do you see how far that is? We're talking about that concrete barrier back there. See that concrete barrier back there? Okay, but he's not there anymore, okay? The rogue is now there. There's two rogues there. One, two rogues. They're both behind that barrier. And then out of nowhere, I'm tracking this object flying in the sky, and it's coming right for me, right? I'm like, what is this? It's this object. And it lands right on this roof and this ground. And you know what it was? It was a shock trap, okay? So it was a shock trap. The shock trap, first of all, nobody threw this shock trap. It came from that concrete barrier. The only person that can throw shock traps is a rogue. And there was only two rogues and they're both right there, and I got this on recording, so haha, devs. So I got you cheating. Both of them are there. This object came from there. I rewatched it like 5 times to say, where is that coming from? And it came from back there, and it's flying through the air. It's insane. Okay, maybe it's some sort of delay. Maybe when the rogue was there, he threw it, okay? Okay, fine. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was some sort of visual delay. And the trajectory and the time it takes for that object to fly is really slow. Fine. But how far can you throw a trap? Okay? I can no way reach that object. Okay? And if I do, it's going to explode in the air before it lands. So watch. You see that? Okay. Now his object came and landed and exploded as it landed. So the traps landed right on me, basically is what happened. There was a shock trap landed right there. And there's a shock trap landed right there. You know, there's a bunch of shock traps around here. And so it was like, so that object literally flew the whole way here and then exploded. It was like, what? I can't even throw my object that far, let alone get it to explode further down the line. You know what I mean? And that's just like some bullshit because, you know, I'm over here sitting here surrounded by traps now, and you know, I was fine to survive, but like, you know, it's just little shit like that makes you wonder why. I mean, it's a good question. There's a point to it. Let me get this on real quick. The point to it is that, you know, we run these max damage, there's these builds like this, basically, like an all red striker build, right? This is just a really good example. So all red striker builds are really effective in the testing range, and they're really effective in certain content when you have a healer that's running around with a chem shoved up your anus, right? So like the incursion, or maybe like if you're speed running and the enemies don't even have a chance to shoot back at you. So those are where an all red striker build really makes sense, right? And I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, well, I run an all red striker build all the time and I survive. Yeah, and we all do. The problem is that there's so much bullshit in this game that an all red striker build is really glassy. And I'm not talking about your damage, okay? And so we're not talking about the damage. Obviously the damage is great, no doubt. But what I'm talking about is your glassiness, right? And you take all sorts of micro damage. So, you know, it's really annoying. So you shoot this guy and he maybe gets 2 bullets on you. That's half your armored 2 bullets is, right? And then you shoot this other guy and he takes the other half of your armor. And then, you know, so, you know, 2 minutes into the game, you're already popping an armor kit. But you're killing fast, except you have to stop to armor up. And then you go another couple of minutes and your armor's down. You're still killing, you know, and you're hiding behind your shield, and the shield is going to stop a lot of that, granted. Okay, so just shield aside. I'm just talking about your glassiness, right? So the problem is that you can slaughter content and clear content really quickly with an all red striker build, but there's a big but, is that it requires, you know, very few errors out of you. Almost perfect gameplay, right? God, these fucking guys. Give me a break. You know what I mean?
Heavy ammunition.
I mean, they just happen to be circling the path and come this way. I mean, why didn't they take the other way? They were over there. You know what I mean? Did you guys see that? I mean, they were over there. Why did they take this way? Just stupid. Anyways, so it requires perfect gameplay out of you, okay? Right? You know, because you're glassy, of course. So you shoot first, kill first, watch your angles, and we're, you know, for us veteran players, people that are got some good head on their shoulders, or, you know, anybody that's been playing the game for a long time gets that all down eventually, right? And so you eventually master the game, but nobody's perfect and you make mistakes, and builds like that require you to play perfect. Fine. Okay. So you got the challenge, you got to play perfect, and you win some, you lose some. The problem is, okay, the real problem is that the bullshit like that, where there's a rogue who throws a goddamn shock trap from the other side of the map that defies physics. Or what about the guy that does a cartwheel that never touches the ground and then reverse cartwheels out of it and lands on his feet? What about the guy when you're standing in front of a spawn door, instantly he teleports to the top of the door jamb, so you miss half your mag and forces you into a reload in front of 3 or 4 enemies? Think about all of those little glitchy situations. The guy that's sniping you with the shotgun from 100 meters out, the guy that has perfect accuracy and he's a normal red guy, and he's shooting you at a weird angle and the bullet slips through the cover and is whacking on you, and you're hiding behind a barrier. What about the bullets that go through corners? Now, they don't go around corners. It's that for the enemies, the corners are penetrable by their bullets, but for you, they're not. Do you understand what I'm saying? So like if you ever ran around a corner and you're still taking damage, as you clear the corner, that's because this little corner here, they can penetrate the corner. their bullets can go through it, and I've seen it many, many times. I've actually seen an NPC walk through the corner. He walked through it, and that's how I realized the bullets aren't going around the corner. The bullets aren't curving. The bullets are going through the object. That's why I'm taking damage, and that's how I realized it, because I saw an NPC walk through the corner, right? It, like half his body went through the corner, and so that's when I realized, oh, the bullets aren't curving. It's not a delay, because part of me thought, oh, it's a damage delay. It's just some sort of desync, you know, gamer code bug, right? Or the bullets are going around the corner, and that's bullshit too. But no, they're actually going through the corner. So my point is just like, so that's why you need armor on kill. That's why you need armor. That's why you need bonus armor. That's why you need regen. That's why all red builds are kind of lame in the Division 2, just saying, because of all the bullshit in the game. It's a reality, and to pretend that stuff down there, that stuff isn't there, that's on you. You know what I mean? That's on you, because it's there, you know? And when people say, oh, the best build in the game is an all-red striker build, and it's the only way to play, and heroic all-red striker build, that's what you got to do, and armor's for pussies, it's sort of like, yeah, so, okay. But what about all the goddamn bugs, you know? So I get you're perfect, and, you know, you never miss a bullet, and the enemies never damage you, because that's what you're basically doing, is you're pretending that you never take damage when you run those kind of builds. And so, but like, what about all the glitches? The game is kind of, you're better, and the game is more enjoyable when you're running some sort of armor on kill or safety measure, we'll call it, right? Can't get her. And it's because it's buggy, and there's a billion of them, and they're never gonna get fixed. You see that fire that landed right there? That's a perfect example. So the fire went through the barrier. But, and I like all red builds too, so I'm not saying I don't, but I'm saying they're situational. What I'm saying is, like, it depends on the content. My builds depend on the content. They always do, and I think they should. I hate using the word should in this game, but I think they should. You know, I think you have heroic builds. I think you have legendary builds. I think you got team builds. I think you have solo builds. You know, and I think you should swap your build depending on the content you're playing. Difficulty should be adaptable. And so, you know, the all red striker build, the theory is one build to rule them all. It's it's even in people's titles, right? I mean, I'll tell you what they say. The only striker build that you need. Really? Really? Okay. I mean, it's kind of an elitist comment, you know what I mean? When you say that, it's saying like, if you're running the striker build any other way, it's because you're not good. That's kind of what it's saying, you know what I mean? And not so many words. But I love that bleed. Yeah, we only hit him once. Down.
Heavy ammunition.
So this build is basically an all red striker build that I'm wearing, right? When it comes to level survivability. So, but it works because I'm never leaving my cover. Oops, that was a bad shot apparently.
Hostile protection now removed. Hostile protection restored. Detected heavy ammunition.
Or, you know, and they do work if you're not taking any damage and you know you're not going to take damage. So they absolutely work in those cases. Obviously, there's some scenarios where You know, so I'm just saying the situational, right? I'm not saying the build's bad. The build is absolutely amazing, you know? And so, but I'm saying it depends on the situation. And so that's why I just don't subscribe to the one, that's really my point. What I'm really saying is that I don't subscribe to the one build rules them all theory, you know? Because it's just like, I'm telling you, my all red legendary build is not that cool in heroic content. Because you got more damage than you can use, and you don't have the time to heal to compete with your time to kill, so you end up actually playing slower with those builds. Where if I'm running bonus armor, I mean, I just take damage to the chest, keep on moving. Keep on trucking. And so it's not, so I find that if I'm running bonus armor, I actually kill and clear content faster than my all red builds. And so I reserve the all red builds for the content that I feel like really needs it. It's because I'm wasting my ammo over there. And so that's why I'm excited about some of these changes, and that's why we need more power in this game so that we can enjoy the game more by, you know, and I still don't think we're there yet, unfortunately, but so that we can run more hazard protection. I think we need to be able to run, ooh. Fucking landed on myself.
Have some of this.
This guy sucks. 3 rounds, and I'm running glass cannon on this one, so. Oh, another guy. Oh, I'm gonna blow myself up. Nope. I thought I killed the boss. So yeah, it depends on the content. And then for legendary content, then I think those builds work a lot better. But you don't have to run them, you know? For raids, where you got healers and revive hives, then you might as well. Incursions, of course. The incursion makes tons of sense. Because you got a healer usually. He's a little bit out of range, I think. Can get him with this one. Pretty sure I'm landing right on you, buddy. There we go.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Yeah, you blow shit up with this one. Blow it up, baby. Yeah, high risk, high reward, and they're good. Some of them are just good challenging builds. Like if you want to challenge yourself in heroic content, then strip that armor down. You know what I mean? And don't change your gameplay style. That's the challenge. So if you end up adjusting your gameplay style because of your build, is it the optimal build for you? That's your question to answer. You know, you got the answer. Ooh, there's a creeping death. But so if builds, obviously a skill build, an explosive skill build is going to change your play style just in its nature. But for DPS build, for example, if you're a run and gun and that's what you're wanting to achieve, and that's your play style that you're trying to maintain, then if you run and build whatever the build is, and it forces you to play from cover more, then it might not. It's technically not your optimal build because you had to adapt to the build instead of the build adapting to you or improving your performance. It took performance away. I think this one's pretty much showcased, yeah. But there's some really great glass cannon DPS builds. Actually, in Legendary, Solo Legendary is a really good use case for glass cannon builds. You just don't have to anymore. You know what I mean? So, and so that's why we don't really do it anymore. But when I started doing solo legendaries, that's what I ran, was this sacrifice chess piece on negotiators. Was where I started when I started doing solo legendaries, and it was basically the meta at the time. And then, you know, things got better and stronger, and so, you know, now you have striker, and you don't really need to run glass cannon, but you still can, and it's still amazing. But and that's because solo legendary is literally about never taking damage in with some of these DPS builds. You literally don't take damage. I mean, you take a little bit, but you enough to, but little enough to just heal through it when with Gunner and your 10% armor on kill. So, and that's because, you know, you're hiding behind cover, you're using a shield and an assault rifle with a scope, and, you know, you're just not going to take a lot of damage in that scenario. So glass cannon makes absolute sense. As long as you take out those silly drone operators, they're your only threat. There's the drone operators. Yeah, I mean, chungas aren't even a problem. They're just big, fat, hairy targets waiting for you to blow the, shoot the shit out of them. Glass cannon gets them out of the way. Okay, I'm gonna put back on, and so this one I'm gonna run. I'm really enjoying this tip of spear build. It's one of the few use cases for tip of spear, but it's an explosive one. And because of all the ordnance that's dropping, it's making it extremely effective. So you can use your TAC 50 a lot. And I only ran it for a little bit on day one, but now that I gave you a couple of traditional explosive builds, I'm going to showcase this one a little bit, which is not traditional, and you might even say it's a little bit for the more advanced player, because you know, sniping isn't always the easiest. But you can play from cover with this, okay? But you're going to see me not playing for cover as much, just because that's sort of my play style. And so it's going to take me probably a minute just to get used to it. But let me reset these control points. And then I wanted to add directives too. Cool skills fog, no regen, pistolero special. Actually, we might want our skills on this one, yeah. Because we got consumable skills, so. Yeah, Scooby, and it does make sense for your play style, right? So like, I forgot to really mention that, so I'm glad you said something. So, if you're, it's all situational to your play style too. Everything that I just said about the all red builds. So, like, I should have emphasized that more. Like, if you're play from cover, then why not? You know what I mean? You're probably it's really effective play from cover. You know, all red builds, striker builds. What was I putting on directives, right? So yeah, totally get that. Totally get that. If you play from cover, why not? And then the other one is, if you're running, so you'll notice that a lot of guys that run all red striker builds in the open world, if you pay attention, they're probably running a reviver hive. That's the other use case. If your go-to skill is the reviver hive, then why not? Because yeah, I mean, what is the reviver hive's cooldown? It's 114 seconds. So yeah, you're probably dying every 114 seconds, and that's okay, because you got a reviver hive to pick you back up, or you got a control point captain to pick you back up, right? So the reviver hive, and so that's never really mentioned. You know, when somebody says, oh, you know, the red build is the only way to go, it's the best build in the game, the part that they forgot to say is, but you have to run a reviver hive, otherwise you can be really frustrated, you know, even for the best of players. So we need some ammo, so. Actually, let me put this on real quick. So you get ammo generated with our specialization here. So I'm just gonna make sure I got a couple of rounds before we get the party started. There we go. All right, and then I'm gonna tag him with this bad boy first. Anybody else? Yeah. And then if you throw it out, sometimes you have a better chance of it actually not blowing itself up. Let's do it.
Reinforcements incoming.
I've got you. Throwing a frag. 1 second.
Hostile protection restored.
Hold still.
Anyway.
Oh, come on. How was that a miss? That too?
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Oh man, I'm missing a lot.
Over here. Shifting position. This armor's done. Moving into cover.
I'm beat. On its way.
Trying to surround us.
Ah, I just went immune again. Let's get this on a roll a little bit.
Detected. Heavy ammunition. Hostile protection restored.
Some of our trophies. We need a little trophies to get this thing in action.
Serious trauma detected.
Fix my turret.
17 million right there.
Moving into cover.
No. Can't beat.
Oopsie daisy. Damn you.
Rack you down.
Concussion grenade.
I waited to earn more ammo. There's ammo out there though. Let's go get it.
Friendly down. This is it. Grenade out.
So we're strong enough to override a lot of their
We're being hit. Watch out.
their HollyWood shields. Not on everybody, but on some of them.
Detected. Heavy ammunition. Hostile protection removed.
Engaging target.
Really?
Heavily armored hostile detected. Hostile protection restored.
Seeker mine is after me. Stay right there.
Bad time to reload. Bad time to reload. I got foamed and shocked. Ah, I thought I just killed you. I was sure of it.
Armor's busted.
Sucking here.
Signs critical.
Now it's too late. God, I was sure I got that guy.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
The boss is annoying, isn't he?
I have you. Keep your head down next time. We need to destroy it.
He's shielded still. God damn it.
Serious trauma detected.
Damn you, dude. Took forever to die.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Two for one.
Detected heavy munitions.
NPCs on sale. It's my favorite part of this gun. When you get that lined up. Did you know you can do that? Pretty unique.
Hostile protection removed.
Hostile down. Oof.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Got good uptime. See, they drop ammo. So you could just stick to your specialist. See, I got a lot of ammo here.
Deploying foam grenade.
See, there's more.
Cowboy.
31 million.
Heavy ammunition.
I'll take it. And there's more. If I can only get my secret mines to play. Oh, she moved. 41 million. More ammo. I know how this works. I go up, you come down. I can't get my secret mines to attack. Where is she? I knew she was gonna make me miss.
Hostile restored protection. Detected heavy ammunition.
I'll take it. Give up, asshole.
Heavily armored.
Oh, she just changed direction like that? That's how it's gonna be.
You want to get dirt in that, Agent? Oh, this is bad. This is
Ah, you're so annoying, lady. She should be in the NBA.
Protected hostile restored.
Need more ammo here. But that's why we have explosives.
Removed hostile protection.
It won't last long now. I'll see to him. That's your whole problem.
Detected heavy ammunition. Protected hostile restored.
Oh, you fucker. Let's go get this other guy.
Get back! Get back!
God damn you. Bulletproof backpack.
Assistance needed.
That was close. Yeah, so I wonder if they're gonna take a stab at the gear sets, you know? I think they need it. Don't you? Wouldn't it be nice to see some of these gears? I mean, they've slowly been working their way around to updating all the gear sets. So that's kind of been a project in the works anyways. But, you know. Oh, did anybody notice the TAC Link laser pointer is getting a nerf? That sucks. The duration. What is this? I'm not able to. Aw, you're not giving me the. Where is he? Outside or inside? Oh, there's somewhere random. I'm not gonna wait for them. Screw it. I hate that. All right. They're already way around the corner. Yeah, it sounds like they're gonna nerf the damage targets out of cover. Yeah. It was what he didn't say, right? It's what he didn't say. Oh, Mista, I missed your question. Mista, sorry about that. Yeah, it was skill damage and status effects everywhere. And then the mods were skill haste. I'm assuming you're talking about the Vile Mask build. Yeah, very strong. I'll show you again. It was this one here. Yeah. Skill damage, status effects, the sacrifice on the chest piece, which can be hard to farm, right? I get that. So don't feel like you're stuck to perfect glass cannon. It's just the stronger option. If you didn't have that, you could run a second piece of China there. You can run electric. Is probably the best option. I would choose electric. So remember, status effects makes a stronger vial, and that's why I'm running Golan. So Golan and explosion resist. So status effects, explosion damage, and glass cannon or amplified damage are all making a stronger vial. So it's tick hard, and damage to armor is going to help that too on the bleed. I don't think it works like that, right, Miker? I don't think it works like that. I mean, I think once you... I think you can re-roll as much as you want without losing your expertise. Isn't that right? Or am I missing something? All right. Yeah, I mean, probably one way to do it is just to get a junk exotic to test it. Just get a whatever one you open from a random cache that you would normally crush, and then re-roll the stat or add one expertise level on it. Just, you know, not going to lose much there, right? One expertise on it, and then re-roll it and see if you still have that expertise. But I think that's... Oh, come on.
Restored. Heavy ammunition detected.
Stop right in front of me in my face. I don't get how my rifle... Oh, whatever. That's bullshit.
Agent final sign 0.
When I was ADS, I was right thumbed in the face. When I was not ADS, I wasn't. I don't get that. Really? That's... Oh, if you're re-rolling the old-fashioned... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, there's a couple of different... We use the word re-roll in 2 different ways, right? I get what you're saying. So if you crush it to re-roll it, then yeah, you're going to lose it. But if you go to your attributes, I wish I had a junk exotic to test this for you guys, because I could totally do that. Let's see if I got a junk exotic. I don't right now. Oh, I might have my project. Let me do my project. Yeah, I can test that for you guys. Let's do that. SHD requisition one. Yeah. Let's put that to rest. Okay, so and then I'll explain it. It's a good question. Actually, and it's you guys. It's not the first time it's been asked. So here it is. It doesn't matter which exotic it is, even if it's a gear piece. Yeah, okay, it's a gear piece, so it doesn't matter. So because it all works the same, even if it's a weapon. So we will. Oh well, there's no third attribute there though. Shit. So it doesn't work. Because I got nothing to re-roll, right? It's got to be a newer exotic because there's only 2 exotics that can do it, right? Or a few. So I'll crush that. Yeah, it's so this. You got the St. Elmo's. You got this. The Sanctum, I think, does it. Sanctum Imperium. Maybe the Dread Edict. It goes far. It goes back a little bit, like 3, maybe 3 seasons. Yeah, I'll test it, but I need to get that exotic. Let me see if I mean, I do have 2 Saint. I got 2 Ouroboros. We can do the 2 Ouroboros because I'm not going to lose my exotic. I'm just going to lose the stat. So yeah. Well, I can't reroll any exotic weapon right now because that's a new capability. It only works on certain exotics unless you're into PTS. Yeah, I got a St. Elmo. So what I'll do is I'll add, a Ouroboros. So I'll add 1 expertise to an Ouroboros, and then I'll re-roll the damage to targets out of cover into something like RPM, and then see if I still maintain that. Now, there's the other way you can re-roll an exotic too, which is the crush it way. You know what I'm talking about? So you can crush it and re-roll it, the whole thing. And now that way is, yeah, that's a whole new exotic you're getting. So you would lose your expertise. And I don't want to test that because I know that for a fact. And that'll hurt. That'll be expensive. So I'm not sure if I can do that one, but I'll bring it anyway. So I got this level 0 expertise. So I mean, I can do it right here, so I don't have to switch characters. So let's go ahead and put it on. Okay, and then let's move it here to the primary, so it's just easy to visualize. Okay, so the question is, if you re-roll your 3rd attribute, will you lose the expertise on a weapon? So I have no expertise, so this is a fresh case. So what I'm going to do is add 1 level of expertise and then re-roll the damage targets out of cover to something else and see if that expertise still exists. In theory, it shouldn't change. Normally, but procedurally, the reason why the question is coming up, because procedurally, we don't normally do that. So procedurally, we first God roll our weapon, and then you go for expertise, because it doesn't really make sense to start rolling into expertise when you don't have the damage maxed out in the first place. So let's try it, though. It's a damn good question. So expertise, let's find our weapon. Ouroboros. So I have no expertise on this Ouroboros. We are going to upgrade it 1 time. So now we are grade level 1. We have 1% weapon damage right there in the stat, right? Cool. So let's go to the recal now. Go to SMGs. Oh, we need some money. Let's add that first. All right. Going into recalibration station, SMGs, and then... Oh, I see. You can't change it at all, right? That's not how you do it right now. That's why. I get the question. Yeah, that's not how you do it right now. So the only way to do it is to crush it and to re-roll it, and that's definitely gonna lose it. You could, yeah, you're recrafting it. Okay, so it's a terminology thing, sorry. So that's right, that's right. So how I got this, they have to be re-rolled that way. So I use the, and maybe it's definitely a terminology thing, so let me be clear. When I say I'm re-rolling something, I'm re-rolling that stat. So if I take this, let me grab a random one that still needs to be re-rolled. Everything's already been re-rolled, because I always do that. Really don't have it. So I'm gonna re-roll that talent. You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna re-roll that talent into killer. And so I use the word that way. Maybe it's wrong, maybe it's right, I don't know. But the terminology is used. So like I'm gonna re-roll damage to targets out of cover into damage to armor. So I can come here and just re-roll this to damage to armor, right? And you can do it right there. So that's called re-rolling, right? Now with exotics though, the confusion is, and maybe I'm the only one confused, but is that you come over here, the only way to do it is the old fashioned way, which is annoying. And I think this is gonna be fixed now, right? I'm guessing in the new system. But currently you have to crush it to re-roll it. This is crushing. Okay, so this reconfigure is a crush. So if I were to do this, and I'm not going to because mine's already God rolled and I already spent all these resources, but I'm gonna crush it and I'm gonna get a whole new one that RNG is gonna deliver at random. So this would be, you will definitely lose your expertise here, right? And so, but I think in the future with the new update in season 3, so in a few, in 2 months basically, you're going to be able to come here. Now these are different. They're going to be different, but right now recalibration is still showing up in the new system. But I think you're going to be able to come here. You're going to see your exotic. You can select your exotic and you can select the stat and then just change it. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Miker. You would lose it all because you're crushing it. You're like, I'm throwing you away, RNG. Give me a new one. Hopefully I get a different stat. But I think in the future, we're going to get this. And so I don't think it's probably, I mean, the question comes up enough where you could do it. I could do a tutorial, but since they're rewriting the system, it's not worth doing a tutorial until we get the new system because it's all going to change. And I think for the better. So I would predict in the new system, they would have thought through how it re-rolls. And by just changing that single stat, you're not throwing away the whole gun. You're just going to throw away that stat and replace it with a new one on the same unique weapon identification. So you're not going to have to trash it and get a new unique weapon. So yeah, that's a good question. I'm glad we clarified that because it's like, you know, I've been asked that question 2 or 3 times. I was like, no, that's not going to happen. You know, that doesn't happen because on non-exotic weapons, I change my talents all the time, right? So I have lots of non-exotic weapons that have expertise and I can go over there and, you know, re-roll the attribute and maintain my expertise. But right now, their re-rolling logic on exotics is a crush and delivery, basically. You're trashing it and getting a new one, a replacement. Yeah. So yeah, you don't want to re-roll it down. So so I think that's why procedurally right now the way we do it is, you know, as soon as you get your exotic, whatever it is, like if it was this Nemesis, so I got 18 expertise on it. And so as soon as I get my exotic, what I do is first I focus on re-rolling it. So, but of course the Nemesis is old, so you can't re-roll it. And so if you do, you're getting the same stats, you're just hoping for better ones, but you're not going to get damage to targets out of cover right now. Next season you will. So you can re-roll it and so you'll be able to re-roll it and get damage to targets out of cover, or you'll be able to go to tinkering and actually just change that attribute without crushing it. Is that Scooby? Are they making you crush it in the PTS? Oh, they're making you break it, huh? Oh, that sucks. I would have thought that they would have improved that. Okay, so once you lock it, so you're locking it in pretty much. You're gonna choose your attribute and then you're gonna lock it in. So if you wanted a nemesis with crit chance and then you wanted a nemesis with damage to targets out of cover sometimes, then you're gonna end up with 2 nemesis. And so that sucks. Yeah, I hear you, Miker. That's what Scooby is saying. He's saying that right now, as they have it in the PTS, you have to crush it. So it's the same system. You will lose your expertise. So yeah, procedurally, you're gonna want to re-roll first and then load your expertise, and then you can't go back. You're gonna be, if you want a new attribute on your nemesis, you're gonna need a second nemesis. Yeah, it's a huge deal. I think they're doing that. My guess is, like, why would they do it? Why would they do that? I think it's because they don't want to lose the system, because if you are able to just go straight to the recalibration station instead of the crafting station to re-roll your exotic, then the crafting station for exotics becomes garbage. Why would you ever do that? Right? Why would you ever do that? You would just be able to go to the crafting station with your brand new exotic, change the attribute to damage the targets out of cover, and then optimize everything, which you're going to do anyways, right? Because even if you do the old-fashioned way to the crafting bench, you're going to spend exotics, spend exotics, spend exotics to recraft it. Then you're going to get it with the right stat. Then you're going to go to the recal optimization station, and then you're going to optimize it. So it's the same. But if they allow you to go straight to the recalibration station, why craft? Why roll the dice? You wouldn't. I wouldn't. It'd be a waste of exotics. So it's, yeah. That's the only reason why I think they wouldn't change it. They don't want to change it, is because it'll trash the system, which is just, I don't know. Okay. So we were headed over here. Yeah, good question. Good conversation. I'm glad you guys brought it up, because I wasn't thinking about it clearly. I was thinking about it like non-exotic. So like on a non-exotic like this one, I have level 17. I can re-roll that determined talent as many times as I want, and I still will have level 17. And that's because I don't have to crush it. I get to just go to the recalibration station. Lamo was his name-o. I mean, it's fine. At least we got the option. Fuck it. I mean, the reality is I'm probably just going to stick to one talent anyways. You know what I mean? Damage to targets out of cover, or maybe it's something else, but... Damage to armor is going to be interesting on some weapons, though, I gotta say, because of things like bleed and... you know, maybe some skills or something like that that can take that damage to armor. Oh, I missed. Fuckers.
Removed hostile protection. Detected heavy munitions.
Oh, you fucker again. There it is. Okay, let's stay in cover for a second. We need ammo. Then we'll get the party started. Ooh, there's a bunch of guys, huh?
Munitions.
Oh, I need ammo. Hold on. I'm back using my pistol. My pistol can one-shot kill too, but this is fun.
Hostile restored protection.
Who are you talking to? That potty mouth.
Heavy ammunition.
Damn, it is a lot of heavy ammunition dropping. I like this build because of that. I mean, it's not the easiest to use because sometimes you switch to determined and you got a bunch of protected enemies, but so there's a little challenge to it, but it's fun. It's fun. I mean, you don't have to use determined, so that's the only downside is determined. You could use preservation instead. And so what I'm talking about is like when you switch out of determined, you lose determined. So when I switch over to my TAC 50, I'm losing determined, but
Reinforcements.
it's okay.
Route.
My goal is to actually use
Restored.
tip of spear most of the time anyways, or my specialization weapon.
Covering fire! Fire exposed! Not too much!
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Won't be anything left.
Hostile protection removed. Heavy ammunition detected.
There's ammo everywhere. So that's got it. I'm liking that. You gotta move though. Who's that? My goal is to try to keep this weapon in hand as much as possible.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
It's gonna require minimal misses to do that.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Give me cover!
Oh, and I missed.
Deploying
I just said don't miss.
Hostile protection restored.
Away. No! Gotta reload.
Crack that helmet. I don't like how long their shields stay down. They come back real fast. They should stay down long. I think if once you break their shields, they should just be broken. I mean, what the hell? You know what I mean? What kind of regenerating shield system do they have?
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
drop one! How'd you get here?
I'm reloading here.
I just hit him and it didn't remove his shield. That was weird.
Hostile protection restored.
That was weird. Ooh. Line us out on me, huh?
We need to destroy it! Got it!
Can't see him from here.
Ah. Damn you guys. Don't steal my shots.
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostile restored protection.
Ah, don't miss. Double kill! Haha, fuckers!
Frag as a team.
We're doing pretty good. Very good. Our uptime on our special weapon is pretty high. Well, now we're out. There we go. God damn it, Foamer. I foamed twice in a row. Come on.
Detected. Heavy ammunition. Hostile restored protection.
Who's back here hiding?
I have no shot.
You don't need one. Up. What was that?
You want to get personal? Holy shit!
God, really? They fucking missed you? Stupid seekers. Telling ya.
Moving in for cover.
Maybe I would be better off with the sticky, now that I think about it. Yeah, I should move to the sticky. Just be sure to hit that guy. Yeah, I'm gonna change. It's a great idea.
Ah, fucking agent already.
Ah, why does he ducked? This last guy's gonna be annoying. The reason why is he's so fucking tanky that even if you do get his armor down, look at that. How did that not take down his armor? He was in the splash.
Enemy close.
Can you guys just kill him for me? So I don't have to do this? Broke his helmet though. Oh, he might be glitching. That showed a negative damage number. That was weird.
Hostile protection removed.
Please die. Ah! I'm gonna bleed out. Worst boss ever.
Restored protection.
Heavy armor with fucking special ammo. And shielded. Yeah, he sucked. Or I did, one of the two. Maybe I did, huh?
Supply room access unlocked.
So yeah, I think it is those. I probably, the way I'm playing, the Seeker Mines aren't as effective as the Sticky Bomb, so I'm definitely going to switch to that. The Explosive Traps will also be interesting. Actually, we could switch to that too. Do you guys use the Explosive Traps? Because I'm kind of running around and playing pretty tight, and so I normally don't like traps, but they might be helpful here. There's a quick deploy. I like the skills with quick deploys. So let's go ahead and switch our skills. Let's move this one to the sticky, and we're gonna go boom. And then we have the trap. Let's try this. So this has got a quick deploy. If you didn't know, you double tap your bumper. So they both do. So you can line up your reticule and then you can quick deploy across the damn field. And then the other one does too, double tap it and he's gonna throw it up and then it'll go in an arc. So it's a rush prevention is the concept there, and that's why they did that. Yeah, the traps are pretty good. I mean, my favorite traps are the shock traps, really. Great for status effect builds, great for smaller areas. I don't use them for the most part outside of that. But for smaller areas like, you know, your inside District Union Arena, for example, District Union Arena is a really good case for these traps. But, you know, with the open world, it's like maybe if you're protecting your camp spot, but... Yeah, it is, Pantrio, your Pam. Your season pass is across everything, yeah. So one cool thing though is why a lot of people initially created multiple characters was because the projects are not. So the projects are unique. So you can do the exotic projects on character 1 and then go to character 2 and then character 3 and 4. The other thing that's not unique is or that is unique is keys for raids. So that's why another people would have multiple characters. They would save raid checkpoints on their secondary characters. So let's use it here, huh?
Hostile protection removed.
Ooh, exotic. Yay. And then the other one, gonna bleed out. So we're quite effective, right? Yeah, it works. It might not have the cooldown I'm looking for though. It's not bad. I don't have any trophies right now, so it might improve in a second. Bloody Knuckles, ooh, with good rolls. I'm gonna crush it. All right.
They're moving on our flank.
Did I miss that?
Reinforcements incoming.
Oh, I missed that. Fuck you. No way. I'm gonna die. Yep. Saw that coming from a mile away.
Agent killed.
Stupid. It was all about that stupid grenade she got off. Yeah, that's right, Tom. Sort of. I mean, you're talking about like very, very small differences. What up, Big? When you're doing the hostage rescue. So most people are saying that because hostage rescue isn't all elites like a control point. So the control point is a little bit harder because it's all elites. But yeah, I mean, technically, if you drop down to if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, if you drop down to challenging, and I think it's 4 directives, and then just do those hostage negotiations or rescues, then that's the best. What up, Nasty? But you're talking like small increases or differences in XP. So, you know, if you don't enjoy that, then I don't really recommend it. The best XP is really a build. It's no longer an activity. So, you know, Hunter's Fury determined builds are really the best XP, or anything with determined if you're proficient with it. And then otherwise, we tested this when they made the changes. And so I ran challenging, I ran heroic, and I got the same results doing everything. So a lot of what people are saying is on paper per hour, and they're eliminating all of the variables. Again, it never translates from paper to in-game. So you see people calculating, look, this is what they do, okay? I can tell you. So they go and they complete one control point, and they say, it took me 3 minutes to do that control point, or 5 minutes to do that control point, and I got 1,000,000 XP, whatever, right? And then they'll multiply it. So if you multiply that by 60 minutes and then blah, 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 and they do the math, and you'll be like, you're gonna get 50 million XP per hour. That's 30 levels, you know, whatever it is. It's like, no, it never happens that way. Ever, 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 ever. And so I've run it heroic, I've run it challenging, I've done nothing but the rescues, I've done nothing but control points, I've done the convoys. It all comes out to the same. Directives, no directives, about anywhere between 14 and 20 levels per hour. And you know what the big variable is? What randomness is happening? Like how many of these convoys are coming through that checkpoint that you're already at? That control point that you're already at. So look at this right here, mega XP. So do you really want to go run around and find some sort of hostage situation, or do you want to fight all three of these things at the same time without fast traveling, without running, right? That's a mega killing spree zone right there, right? And so that's why that's why my XP comes from control points. And I just you're also getting gear, you're getting chances for exotic components when you open the stash. You can fast travel to these locations pretty easy. So I build a route where I never have to run. If you notice what I've been doing since the stream, I've been fast traveling to these key locations, and my jogs are really short. And so anyways, what I was trying to tell you though, is you now have options, and it's all the same. So do what you enjoy. Oops, I missed that. Hold on a second. Let me get these guys, and I'll continue that conversation.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Okay, so you now have options. So do what you enjoy. So, but if you don't want to do control points, then one really fun and effective way and top XP method is doing this circle. This has always been, from day one of the best XP farms out there, because it's a variety of activities, and some of them are really fast, and it also includes the public executions that all of these are just not going to be a full elite, but you also have your control points too. So you just keep doing the circle, and by the time you reach by the time you go 360 degrees, a lot of these will have reset again, and so you just keep going, and you're going to be doing random activities. It all comes out to the same. The devs aren't stupid. Okay, so they didn't nerf the convoys just so that we can all go out and do public executions. Do you think they forgot about public executions and they screwed up there? No. They absolutely touched every single activity in the game and rebalanced it, including PvP. Public executions were part of that change. So, you know, everybody's dealio there. I mean, it's going to come down to performance. I mean, the only real way to really know is to do it. Oh, I mean, you're talking hundreds of times and tracking it and comparing it, right? Is the only way to know, because you got to account for the variables. You know, and so there's too many variables to really know, and that's why it's a flawed system. You know, so what I mean is, like, so somebody might say, oh no, well, whatever, Tux, I got 25 XP or something, whatever, right? But like, yeah, well, what were your variables? Tell me your variables, you know? Did you encounter an aerial drone? Did you not encounter an aerial drone? Because they'll slow you the F down. Did you happen to get a Warhound convoy coming through? Because, you know, your control point or near a control point? Did you happen to get more than one public execution in the same zone? So cut down on your travel time? It's all randomness, right? So it's just, you can't count on that. But what you can count on are, what do you call it? The control points always being the same and the spawns being relatively predictable. And basically, there's always an activity that comes through. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's a really high chance that on a level 4 control point, you're gonna get another activity coming through anyways. Like rogues. So anyways, but yeah, you know, in a perfect world with no variables, you got challenging hostage rescues. But personally, I tested it and I saw no differences. But
Hostile protection removed.
get up, dude. Sorry, I left you. I abandoned you.
Detected heavy ammunition.
See, yeah, it's way better than the.
Incapacitating target. Give up, asshole!
Really?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Sorry, let me take 2 hours to put on an armor kit. Glad they're changing that shit. Still killing people with that thing. Well, I felt like that was on.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Better not. Ah, that bleed.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Agent down.
Give me up, dude. Ah,
Restored.
why aren't you hazard resistant, NPC? Don't do it. Don't back up. Come on, man. You can't kill anybody. What are you doing? I got my traps out there, though. Haha. Ah, I hate when that happens. All right, let's just kill ourselves and start over because this guy's not going to do it.
Agent deceased.
Let's go back here. AG, that's the 50 cal. My favorite gun in the game, officially. The only downside about it is its weapon swap, and that affects you when you're using skills. Yeah, that's right, Tom. The random rogues too. Yeah. I mean, I've had control points where I mean, the whole goddamn every activity you can do. You guys ever had one of those? Where you get like the aerial drone, you get rogues, you get an elite convoy, you get a regular convoy. You'll get an elite patrol. I mean, I've had everything come through. And they're like super mega battles. It's super fun. I'm up for a good fight.
Hostile control point nearby.
But yeah, I get it. It's important. I wish there was a better answer for you. I really do. But, you know, the devs, that's one thing they're picky on. I mean, there's a lot. For all the bugs that we have, right? One of the things that they're really picky on is they don't like exploits. They're really picky on that. I don't know what it is, but that's like, they're so fast at fixing that scenario. It's insane.
Hostile protection now removed.
Come on. God.
We got more hostiles.
Hostile protection restored. Reinforcements en route.
Am I taking damage right here? That's annoying. Right?
You're not going anywhere.
Heavy ammunition detected.
See, he just got hit by an explosive and he still got a shield. Now he's dead. Gotta take out that bleed lady. Special ammo hurts, you know what I mean?
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Ah,
Reinforcement complete.
I can't stay this lucky.
it's my turn now. Oh, I missed you, you fucker.
Setting up a turret.
Vital signs critical.
Better heal up. Don't have my regen right now. Oh, I should have kept it.
Incapacitated target.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Agent, you're going down. Anyone got spare arms?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Pick them on. Let's take these leads.
Fuckers.
Hostile protection restored.
Damn you! Mobilize!
Yeah, I love this combo. Way better.
Underneath in place.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Heavy ammunition.
That was a good kill. You fucker.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Ooh, that was close, huh? I gotta watch my ammo, so I'm not spending much time in cover, and you only earn ammo in cover. Pistolero. So we need to spend some time in cover here.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Need more people to kill. I missed that. Fuck.
Stay right there.
The waste.
We just lost someone. Glory to hell.
How'd you guys get back here so fast?
Die!
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Why are you phone?
Ready for you. Come on up, man. Come on.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Oh.
Heavily armed.
40 million right there. Beast.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Ooh, we got that guy. He took the full punch of that.
Protected hostile restored. Hostile protection removed.
Yeah, he's gonna be tanky. Aww. Come on. Fucking, do you see where she threw that grenade from? She was across the field when she threw it. Oops. I hate you, grenade lady. I hate you with all my soul. She almost got me again, didn't she?
Need you. I'll keep an eye out for you. He's coming for me.
Oh, I missed him.
Need to reload.
Yeah, I like this build. Tons of fun. It actually got more fun with those skills.
We got every last one.
We do what we have to survive.
Not sure about the traps. They did work. You still could stick to the Firefly, even the Burster, and take out their weak points. I mean, the Demolisher. Good job. Good luck, Pam. I wish that once you got the Ouroboros that oh, you know what, guys? I was just realizing, you know, you should be farming if you were looking to make this build. This is this build here. This really, really good and strong, good for any content explosive build. This is the zone you want to be farming for that chest piece, the sacrifice, because it is unique to put skill tiers and status effects and skill damage on it. But I just basically got one a second ago. So, you know, anytime you kill a named boss, you get a chance at a named item, and the sacrifice is a providence. So there you go. I told you. That's the news for the day. So yeah, I like busybody builds, I guess. Busy bee, busy bee. No, you get to level 30,
Detected. New location. Guarded by
and then you get to level 40. So when you get to level 40, all your level 30 gear goes bye-bye. Yeah, it's hard to farm. I mean, it's not... It's like one of those things, it's easier to not just farm for it, and it eventually is dropped for you. You know what I mean? That's really what happens. That's how I get a lot of my unique pieces. I don't really farm for them. They just eventually drop. You play the zone enough. You play the targeted loot enough. And the problem is, or a problem is that a lot of people don't realize on most builds, you don't need to run it exactly how it's presented. You know, so if you don't have a piece for any reason, just, you know, put the next best thing in there. Just kind of make sense out of it. It's not going to break the build. Yeah, your damage numbers are going to be different, but a little bit, you know? Small changes, it's really not a big deal, you know? Unless it's enough to change whether it performs or not. You know, like for example, on a headshot kill build, you either do it or you don't. You're either headshot killing or you're not.
Removed hostile protection.
Oh, and I missed.
Hostile protection restored. Reinforcements incoming.
He's not gonna come out, really. I love how I'm taking damage from a weird angle like that.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Really?
Reinforcements have arrived.
Let's get these bastards. I'm gonna move. Engage.
Hostile black on board. Detected.
I got him. What's wrong with them? Yeah, have some more.
The cooldown is nice on this.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Oh, there's somebody in there. God, it keeps sending me that big tanky ass dude, and he's annoying to fight. So are these guys. Stop foaming me, you fuckers.
Don't lose concentration.
Hostile protection restored. Heavy ammunition.
Fuck, this guy sucks. Oh no, I didn't mean to dodge that way. Oh, I rolled right into him. Oh, and he double tapped me. That sucks. Fucking, that guy's really annoying to me. I'm tired of fighting him today. How many times have I fought him? Yeah, I'm running the digital scope. Yeah, I'm running sharpshooter. So part of what's making this work, so I would make some changes depending on how your gameplay is. So the way I'm playing is I'm going out and fetching that specialization ammo. And so it's allowing me to use my TAC 50 a lot. And I that's sort of what I'm trying to do because I really like it. And plus it bypasses the event. Determined will bypass anybody who's basically damaged seriously or any red guy. So White Death will bypass the event with Determined on any red guy. Basically, even if he's got full armor and shielded, it'll shoot right through him. He's dead. So that's good. I mean, obviously you have to have Headhunter activated, right? You have to have Headhunter activated to do that. So that's making any red guy just deletable, even if they have shield. So I don't have to use my special ammo on a red guy. So that's cool. The Nemesis I'm just using for bosses, so rarely using it. But yeah, so basically I'm killing. So this is generating ammo for me. 1 round every 60 seconds, and then they're dropping so much ammo because of the event that I'm just going around and picking up that ammo in between. And then I'm finding that the sticky bomb and its cooldown is allowing me to now, unlike earlier, go back to my White Death and run with it for a lot longer because I can use the sticky bomb to break shields if I need to. So that's really neat. And so you can sticky bomb three guys that are coming out of a door and then wham, 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 all of them. Okay, so that's how I'm playing it. But if you're not gonna be moving around as much as I am, probably what you want to do is just run this backpack. So it's gonna give you more signature weapon ammo. And on top of that, you're gonna get more signature weapon damage. So, and then you can run the waveform holster on the other end. I don't know if I would do that though. I'd probably run Abrazos, actually, the Picaros would be really good there with either skill damage or skill haste. But because of the skill haste, I mean, you could use that, you know, to your advantage. And then you can get weapon damage and skill damage in the skill tier. So that's a really good build. I mean, we could try it anyways. Let's go ahead and try it. And then I'll put that one on and then go back to skill haste mods. Here. So let's try that. And so the reason why I'm bringing this one up is because it's a little more play from cover. So, because you're getting more specialization ammo, so you don't have to leave cover as much. So, and then the other skill is a flexible skill, so you don't have to use the traps. You can use seekers. You can use the hive. And then the traps and the hive are basically if you're getting rushed. Yeah, so let's try this version. I think you have to unlock the capacitor, right? Don't you have to do that first in order to get to the loot pool? I'm not sure they've reverted that. And of course you can't test it once you get it. But yeah, so I think if they haven't reverted it and put it into the target loop for just everybody, then you have to go to the summit and complete the challenges. But it's really easy, and that makes it one of the easiest exotics to get, technically. Have you tried doing that, going to the summit? Because the exotic, that's one of the easiest exotics to get because the quest to get it is so easy. You can do it in 1 to 3 hours. So you go to the summit and basically you have to turn on the challenges, which are really easy. Yeah, and I think you got to complete like 3 or 4 or 5 challenges in a single session. Something like that. No, the Scorpio's available to everybody. It's general loot pool. It's the ones that have a quest tied to them are the ones that they usually don't add to the targeted loot. Like the Chatterbox, right? Isn't the Chatterbox still tied behind the quest? 100% sure. But...
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Oh, you fucker. Oops. Fucking missed that. So they went a purple. They went a red, shielded. So we're bypassing the event right there, which is...
Someone else take some fire!
Oh, that special ammo fucking hurts. Sorry. I shouldn't have moved. I was fine. I got greedy. Hurry up, team. That special ammo bleeds you hard, man. Yeah, the Nemesis too. I'm wondering about the Nemesis because they make some changes and they're not ever really clear about that stuff, right?
I'll move on them from there.
I got your back.
Putting bullets downrange.
Heavily armored hostile.
Ooh, that bleed hurts.
Vital signs critical.
What the hell? Oh, there's somebody behind me. Annoying. She glitched right as I was shooting at her head. Bullshit. Oh, don't shoot me, dude.
Heavy ammunition detected.
There's 2 turrets up there. I can't really go up there. I'm gonna...
Removed hostile protection.
Oh my god, I don't even know what's going on over there. Right on him twice.
I'm in trouble now. We're worried I'm watching you.
Immediate medical assistance
I'm
needed.
getting sniped by that shotgun.
Detected.
Look how far he is away from me. That shotgun twice, I took 2 hits from him. Fucker.
Moving to a new position.
Incoming hostiles detected.
So this is a play from cover. I mean, this is a play from cover build, and I'm not doing that. So sorry for being a bad example.
Take this. Let's see you run now.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Gotta secure the position. Come on out. I'm gonna need a medic soon. Blast the hell out of that thing.
All right, fine. Please don't. Oh, you dick. Why do I have these fucking traps if they just avoid it? You know?
Protected hostile restored.
Get off me.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Oh, you dick. Oh no.
Medical assistance needed.
Oh no. How come he moves like that? I'm getting my ass kicked right now. Actually, my favorite blue scheme build is an ongoing directive, and I would run the ongoing directive backpack because it elongates the bleed. Otherwise, I wouldn't use Wicked because it's too easy to tag targets.
Heavy ammunition detected.
I love that effect. That's so cool. But yeah, so I mean, I'm personally not a huge fan of blue screen. I got a couple of builds that I really enjoy with it, and so it's sort of limited for me on those two. And so, you know, ongoing directive is one of my favorites. I feel like it's a gear set weapon. Not strictly, but I just tend to like that one better with it, with gear sets. So the other one is negotiators. It works really good with negotiators.
Protection restored. Removed hostile protection.
Gotta change mag.
Go ahead.
What else could you use? Oh, Wicked would be a good damage one, though, if you're looking for just a simple answer to that. Wicked is a good one. Wicked is really good. And so it's not super popular because it's conditioned on status effects, but that's what you're doing. So...
One's just for you. I'm reloading. Give me cover.
God damn it. Ah, I just wasted that explosive.
Hostile protection restored.
I'll make you pay. Destroy the car. I'll move on them from there.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Get away. Watch mine.
Taking too much fire.
Heavy ammunition detected. Serious trauma detected.
Oh,
Agent out of action.
feel a little glassy with this one. That special ammo hurts too much. A little regen would be helpful, or a heal, you know? I kind of... That special ammo hurts. Bleeds you dry.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Oh, pay attention.
You want to get personal?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
This way. Get too damn hot out here.
Close one.
Right there.
That training paid off.
Yeah, pretty good on the ammo there. So we weren't doing much fetching at all, and we had a really good uptime. Oh, you know what? We were talking, Grumpy, huh? I was saying that I wanted to test this build with the chest piece and the event. I forgot about that. So the tip of spear chest piece gives you more ammo every third kill. So with the backpack, with the chest piece, and the global event, can you stick to the weapon full time? Let's check it out. I think I gotta go to my stash base, stash thing, whatever. Yeah, I wish the pestilence was a status effect too. I agree with that. I wish they reworked that. I'm not sure about the Diamondback either. We need new players to tell us some of these answers, you know?
Hostile control point identified.
The thing is, I think when a lot of the unlocking things, that's cross character. So, for example, hunters, like if you beat all your hunters with one character, you can't go play them with another. I don't remember keeping anything, so it's weird that I'm full. Got some things to delete. Yay, 2 slots. Okay, let's try that chess piece. So the goal is, it's just a silly game. So my goal is just to stick to the TAC 50 as much as possible. But it's because I like the TAC 50, nothing more than that. And then, so the chess piece gives you every third, you get more damage, twice as much damage. So you can chain kill without chain killer using this. And then every third kill with your signature weapon gives you signature ammo. So with that, and then the 2 ammo per minute from the backpack plus the event might give me enough to stick to this weapon full time. And then if so, you don't need your skills. So let's try it. And then what do we want to run? Probably the Picards is good. I mean, I guess we could run another Brazos like that and then pick up a skill tier and then also pick up a red. That'd be cool. That's a good little build, actually. 5 skill tiers is fine. And then let's go try it. I love this sweater. They did a good job texture-wise and everything. It's a good design. It's a good piece. The way it fits your character, I mean, it's a really good apparel piece. Don't you guys think? I mean, you could see the little fuzzies. They did a good job. It's a great, great thing. It's relevant. It's cool. We need more sweaters. It'd be cool to have one that was kind of a little bit ratted up a little bit, you know? You know, maybe some holes in the elbows. It's gonna take 2 shots to kill the first guy.
Hostile protection now removed.
Because you gotta activate your damage. I can just get that little head. There it is.
Detected heavy ammunition.
You're welcome, motherfucker.
Hostile protection restored.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Reinforcements.
So one of the downsides of the gear set, though, is you only got 10 seconds on that damage, which is kind of lame. Damn, that guy had some fucking accuracy. He popped out with that shotgun and landed it. Need that turret guy out of my way here. There we go.
Detected heavy munitions. Vital signs critical.
So the catch to this is minimizing your misses, of course, because you're just way too sensitive on your ammo.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What?
Agent down.
I got hit by that guy way over there. Plus the
Hostile
bleed.
Restored protection.
You're dead, asshole.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Where? That wasn't heavy ammo. Or was I'm full. That's a good sign. Good sign we're full. Yeah, so I don't like the 10-second window thing. Like, what are you gonna do with 10 seconds? It's like... Damn, that bleed hurts. Take out those guys first, huh?
We need to destroy it.
God damn that turret.
Heavy ammunition detected.
I'll smash it.
Yeah, turret's a pain in my ass. Have to take it. This is pretty good. The amount of time I'm holding on to this weapon is great, right? Except when I miss like that.
Take another hit.
Detected. Heavy munitions. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Right there.
Of course, I'm gonna bleed out.
Detected.
Ooh, I'm lucky I didn't bleed out.
Yeah, go on. Heal yourself for all the good. See what's wrong.
Oh, now I'm out of ammo, of course.
You better run.
Oh, nope. I just got some.
Gotta take it.
This yellow guy, I need him to come out.
I'm gonna find you.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Oh, you fucker. The way he moved. Oh.
We'll fight to the end.
I'm out of ammo. He's immune, but I mean, he's not immune, so I didn't have to stick. But
Hostile protection restored.
I never reloaded this weapon, apparently.
Wing them.
So the problem is the bosses are slightly immune to your TAC 50.
Oh.
But if you have a headhunter first, then it's okay. But otherwise, I'll just waste my ammo on him. So that's why I gotta use a nemesis in combination of an explosive. But the problem is like by the time you switch to your nemesis, he's no longer, or he gets his shield back. See? No, I mean, I missed a bunch of times, but I mean, he's tweaking out. There we go. I like this though. It's pretty cool. The uptime is great. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Detecting
Take
additional
that.
hostile contacts.
Let me crush that. As long as you don't miss a lot. So that's the catch. There's ammo. More ammo. Oh, I got her. I got her. Damn, they hit hard. They make me feel very glassy. I'm not really that glassy, you know. I'm average, right? Just they make it feel like you're wearing glass cannon with that special ammo. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Got people to kill. I mean, really, I shouldn't be playing out of cover like I am, but I can't help it.
I'll destroy it.
God damn it.
Heavy ammunition detected.
It's going down.
Vital signs critical.
Need to reload.
She's always a pain in my ass. I'm telling you, she always is. I missed too many shots on that one lady. Paying for it.
It's dropped out of sight.
Detected.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Munitions.
That damage that came out of that. Not a bad shot. Yeah, that ammo comes back quick.
Hostile restoring protection. Detected. Heavy munitions.
Come on, Tweaks. No! I want that.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Removed hostile protection. Detected. Heavy munitions.
Really? Really?
Trauma detected.
Oh my god.
Down.
She wasn't even aiming at me with that foam and I got foamed. Glitchy! All right on, Duke. Welcome back into the game, man. How long have you been out? We're getting a big influx of players. What draws you back now, I wonder? Love to hear. Is it all the news about the updates or whatever? But yeah, we got a big influx of players over the last, even before the project announcement, actually. Of course, around the incursion time, we got a lot back. But I noticed, like, in the month of December.
Agent killed.
God damn it. In the month of December, we got a lot of people coming in. Anybody else notice that? A lot of people. A lot of returning players especially. And I wonder... I mean, the news is fresh. I mean, the news is only a couple of days old, so it's got to be something more than that, right? Are you seeing the game on sale, I wonder? Or is it just because it's December? And it's Black Friday? I don't know.
Hostile control.
But either way, I'm glad you're back, man. It's a good game. You know, I'm a long timer and I really enjoy it. And I'm playing other games too. So, you know, I'm doing Avatar, and I'm still a big Starfield fan, and I'm probably going to start clocking in some more hours in Starfield because the devs said that they're going to start releasing patches, updates every 6 weeks, starting in January or in the beginning of 2024. So that's really cool. Really cool game. I think the Division audience will actually like that game a lot. It's just a matter of putting up with some of the Bethesda bullcrap. But it's a really good game, and it's got a lot of the elements that I enjoy about the Division 2. Like if you're really into building and tinkering, and you know, like I got hundreds of hours into Starfield, and I haven't even completed the main mission campaign, the main campaign. Isn't that nuts? That's nuts, right? And it's not that it's not good. I just spend so much time tinkering. And what I mean by tinkering is like, there's so many build systems, right? You got spaceship builds, you got basically fortresses. They're not really fortresses, they're outposts, but you make them into fortresses. You got turrets, and you can build walls and habitats, and it's pretty cool. Robots, you can create robots to guard, to mine minerals, and so you got that, and then you got weapon builds where you can create weapons, and then you got chems builds, like literally chems. You build chems that enhance your performance, and you use them on the fly. And then you got there's mining for minerals, and so you got XP farms, you got money farms. And then you got your characters build, like skills, so the RPG side. So, you know, you can build into stealth, you can build into piloting, and you can build into whatever. So there's so many things to tinker with. It is a good game. You know, it's getting a lot of slack, and for me, the slack that I give it is the performance side. Like I'm on the Xbox, and it crashes a lot, and it's really annoying to me. And I've lost hours and hours of gameplay because I'd had to go back to an earlier save. And so, you know, because there's some things, or there's times where you just don't save consistently. And so I try to save like every 5 minutes almost, you know, on the fly. And there's an autosave feature too, but you know, I just don't save all the time. Or there's sometimes where you just can't because you're doing something. Maybe you, like one instance is when you're working on building a ship, like you're building a ship, you can't exit that menu or you'll lose everything. So you have to complete your ship build. And that's one of the stupid little things that they need to fix. So if it glitches in the middle of a ship build, you lose hours of work, you know, for some reason. And the game does glitch for no reason. And I'm on the Xbox. So that's crazy because I don't have games like that do that. Now, the Division has been glitching, or was last week, right? When they messed things up. But that's really unusual for me. Like I never delta in this game. And that was a really known issue that was temporary, but I never delta in this game. I mean, you guys see me stream. How many times do I delta? Last week, several times. But before that, like once in a blue moon, it's pretty rare. I mean, I could probably count on 2 hands how many times I deltaed in 2023, with the exception of last week. That's crazy, right? So that's how stable my performance is. And there's a lot of people that complain about the bugs in the Division 2, and I do too. But the bugs I complain about aren't game-breaking bugs. They're the annoying ones. And that's just because, you know, I've been playing long enough. So it's the little things that bug me. The little bugs that bug me. Like the guy that snipes you with the shotgun, or the lady's not even pointing at me with her riot foam and I get riot foamed. That kind of shit. The bullets that were going through the corners of buildings. You know, that's just, I hate that stuff. But game-breaking glitches, things that like Starfield has or other games, right? Like we don't experience that, especially on console. I know PC players can have a different experience, but on console, it's very consistent. You know, like my uptime on this game is amazing. And the thing about Starfield is like, I mean, I crash all the time, but I've never had a game like that before, ever in my entire career of gaming. Ever. That's insane. And I did play on PC a lot before, also on certain games, you know, turn-based games. I would play Starfield. I played, you know, so games like that. So, you know, so I did play a lot of PC games, and even back then when I was playing a PC, I didn't have that kind of experience. So Starfield is the first game I've ever played that glitches like that on a console. That's saying something. I mean, shit, you know? That's insane. I mean, maybe you guys have. Speaking to you console players, I mean, have you guys played a game that glitches all the time? And what I mean by glitching is like deltas, basically. You know what I mean? Where it just freezes or kicks you out to the menu or for no reason, right? Just like whatever. And I did put a lot of stress on the game, I gotta say, and that's not my fault, it's their fault. But the outpost system is pretty stressful on the game. So you build these massive outposts, and you basically have these storage systems. They're like warehouses, and you can link things, and so they communicate with each other. So when one warehouse fills up with resources, it'll transfer the resources to the next warehouse, and so on and so forth. And so for these big XP and money farms, you basically are building towers, like skyscrapers of warehouses. And you're farming and it's amazing, and it's amazingly fun. Like if you're like an engineer kind of minded person, it's incredible how addicting Starfield is. But all of that there's like stress on the game because it has to calculate, you know, when you load into that outpost, and it loads in and it's having to calculate how many resources you have and all that shit, and it could lock down your game and stuff like that. So that's where some of the bugs were that I figured out. And so there's workarounds now. So I figured out that the way you have to daisy chain these things is linear instead of vertical in order to minimize the calculation delays and all sorts of stuff. So I'm having to work around, and the mod community hasn't come to console yet. So PC players, so there's people that are playing Starfield that have no idea what I'm talking about. They're like, bugs? My game is completely bug free. You know what I mean? It's just like, and it's like, yeah, well, a lot of that's because the quests, like the main mission is really bug free. Like if you stuck to the main storyline, it's like, it's really smooth. It is. I rarely have bugs in that, you know? And so it's all the expanded activities and that's where the gold is. You know, there's this one other YouTuber that I watch. He's really good at some of this stuff, XP farming and sort of exploits, right? But not cheats, just taking advantage of what's there to get major XP and money and stuff like that. Anyways, you know, he said he basically beat the game and never played the campaign, and he said himself, like, I enjoyed it. Like, I paid basically no hours into the campaign, and I feel like I've, you know, got more out of the game than people that are following the storyline. And that's how I am with Starfield. Like, I'm really enjoying it. I don't feel like I have to play the storyline, and I tinker in the storyline. So I'll go and do a side quest and whatever. But usually I'm doing this stuff because I'm after something. So I want this legendary armor set, or I want this legendary weapon, or I'm trying to get something unlocked, whatever. So I'm usually after an objective. I'm going to farm a weapon, and that's the reason why I'm taking on this quest or whatever. So really cool game. I really like it. So I'm, you know, the audience over there is dwindling because some of these bugs and reviews that are coming through, especially on the Steam side. But that doesn't bother me. I think like what's key for me and my community, you guys, is that I think that a lot of us are like-minded. There's certain games we like and there's certain games we don't like, but it doesn't mean I'm not gonna try. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so out on Avatar. I'm really liking Avatar. It's a great game. You know, the quality of development is really good. They did a really good job. You know, praise to Massive, because that game is smooth. It is smooth. I mean, the graphics, the quality, and the way you navigate, everything is built really well, and the immersion is, you know, off the charts. So it's a great game. The question is it my style? Now, I'm very engaged and having lots of fun as I take on the game and explore it. But when I reach the end game, it's the end game that's going to tell me if this game is for me. Because our end game is, I want to build these, I want to create builds, I want to create fortresses, I want to master my character. I want him to be a master of something. I want to be a master of something using this character. I don't just want to adventure forever. And so it's an adventure game. There is crafting. There are weapons and mods and gear and full-on loadouts and skills and stuff like that. But, you know, once you get to a certain, in some games, once you get to a certain power threshold, there you are. You know what I mean? And you're not going to change your build because it's either you're weaker or you're stronger. You're not different, right? And in the Division 2, we got different. And that's really cool. And Starfield is like that. Starfield is like that. So you got different armor and legendary armor that has different attributes. They're like our gear sets, you know. Catch people on fire that are standing next to you, or cause an enemy to do this, or take less damage from that, do more damage to this. So it's like Division 2 when it comes to its builds. And so that's what interests me in other games, is that, like, you know, it's this part of the game. Like, I gotta say, when people ask me, like, how do you play the Division 2 and not get bored? How are you like, yeah, good job, Honey Tankin. That's good advice. Yeah, yeah. How do you, like, you know, play this game so long, right? And whatever. It's the build system. The builds keep me engaged. Like, I'll go play that same control point, and I am killing the same enemies, but it's not the mission that, or the control point that I'm even paying attention to anymore. It's the build and how fun it is to use it. It's the using experience that makes this game fun for me. You know? It's like, I don't know if this is a good analogy or not, but it's like, you know, it's like you race the same racetrack over and over and over again, but you enjoy it because it's the car that you're in, not the track. If that makes sense, right? It's the car that makes it fun, not the track. And so you're just enjoying, you know, being in that car and taking those turns. And so, and then you try to do it faster and faster and faster, the same track, faster and faster and faster, as you optimize your car, right? Add better struts, low profile tires, you know, whatever, more aerodynamics, exhaust systems, whatever, you know. And so that's basically the Division 2 for me. You know, we're just building better race cars, and we got a fleet of race cars. This is my fleet of race cars, right? And so that's what's really cool about the Division 2, and whether, you know, when they, and that's a big deal for me, because like when they push out the DLC, it's like, yeah, I want that content. I do, but I know that we're going to get new gear along the way. So that's what I'm really hoping for, right? So I'm really hoping for Season 3 to deliver some really good exotics and some really good gear sets. You know, so because that's going to buy that'll hold me over until we get the new content. You know, I haven't played the Incursion in weeks. It was fun, but we beat it. We conquered it. You know, I didn't get a world record time. I think my best time is like 17 minutes or something like that. But that's, fuck it. Done. Why do I need to do it in 15 minutes? I don't care. Why do I need to do it in 12 minutes? I don't care. You know, I mean, maybe when we get bored, we'll go back in there and try to do it in 12 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. But you know, I don't know if it's worth the hassle. You know, but sometimes we do that kind of stuff on District Union or whatever, but District Union is different. It's more challenging, you know, really. Not only for beating it fast, but you're playing legendary enemies. And in the Incursion, most of those enemies aren't even hard to kill, you know? I mean, think about the whole truck phase when you're shooting at that big truck that's trying to explode. I mean, most of the enemies don't even shoot back at you. You know, so you just have to be at the right place, kill them as soon as you can, and you know, you rarely take any damage. You can go that whole phase and not take any damage because they're trying to kill the truck. So, you know, I want to kill things, and I want to kill lots of things. You know what I mean? And legendary missions provide that. Open world provides that. But the Incursion is, you know, it's fun and I like it. I have a good time. It's kind of casual gameplay for me, so that's good, you know, but it's also not worth the hassle sometimes for me to find 3 other dudes to play with that are like-minded, that know what they're doing, you know, and to make sure we're all on the same schedule. Because that's the other part, you know, when I start a stream and I need 3 other players, it's just like, who's out there that knows what they're doing so that we can carry new players. I need at least 2 other players that know what they're doing, you know, so that we can bring in a new guy. over and keep bringing in new people. And so if I don't have that, then it ends up becoming not a very fun experience because we struggle to get through it. And there's nothing wrong with that, except I'm streaming to a couple hundred people. You know what I mean? So I don't have time to struggle through it. We need to get through it and then invite somebody else, get through it, invite somebody else. You know what I mean? So I deal with the same bullshit you guys do. You deal with that too, right? When you have to go and match make and you get 3 randoms and you waste 2 hours of your life because you guys can't finish it. But you know what you're doing and the other 3 don't. And so it's frustrating for you because you just need to get to that chest so you can open it again. You've already opened it before and you had bad luck. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing for me, except for me, it's more like, hey, does anybody want to play with me with the to do the incursion? And I'll get a couple of random people and maybe they don't know what they're doing. And I'm not a snob about it, but for stream's sake, you know, I got to have a couple of guys that know what they're doing, and I just don't have that reliable crew because of schedules. Because, you know, I stream at different hours and I get different people depending on where I'm playing and, you know, whatever. And I do a lot of solo play. I do a lot, right? Because I'm tinkering, always creating builds or whatever. So, you know, I deal with the same stuff you do, just coming from a different perspective, you know, but same issues. But either way, so my point is that that's new content and I'm not really enjoying it. I'm beyond it. And I'm not the kind of guy that does incursions and raids and that's all I do. There's other streamers that do that and that's cool. That's what they find fun. But I just can't do that. I just can't do the Dark Hours raid 100 times a day. No way. I can't do the incursion 100 times a day. I mean, 5 times tops. And I'm like, can we move on? Let's do something else. You know what I mean? Like, I want to help as many people as possible, but, you know, there's only so much I can take. And so, but there's just some people that beat the incursion 20 times a day, 30 times a day, 50 times a day. You know what I mean? They just keep doing it over and over and over again. But that's, for me, how you wear out the Division 2, you know, and for you. And I don't want to do that. And so I know that it's the build diversity that keeps me interested in the game. And so that's what I lean on, not the same mission over and over again. And so those guys are playing the same mission over and over again, but for the most part, they're sticking to the same build, right? And sometimes I'm sure they're having fun and changing up their builds or whatever. But for the most part, they're sticking to the same build, and that's why that they complete it so easy, is because they got a build that works, and they got a team that's playing into roles. But that would kill the game for me. Like, if I was playing that way in my style, like, I would be bored at the Division 2. I have to enjoy the builds. Different builds. Not every day. I mean, you guys see me working on 10 different builds a day, and a lot of that's for community purposes. Like, I'm on Xbox, and so if it was just me, no streaming, no nothing like that, I would probably be running a lot of sniper builds, headshot builds, not sniper builds, headshot builds, and just constantly cycling through those pistols, shotguns, rifles, assault rifle headshot builds. I just really find those fun. And then I do love SMGs, but they make the game pretty easy. You know what I mean? You know, I know the formula. I have the formula, and I share it with you guys. But you know, you run a really good SMG and the memento, and then whatever else from there, striker, hunter's fury, doesn't matter. Load up a bunch of armor because you're strong enough to do that, and then you're just invincible. You know what I mean? Like, invincible. You know, and it's just like, and so you change the gun if you want to, Ouroboros or not, Dark Winter, whatever, Cold Relations. I mean, you're just gonna steam through all the content. Sometimes you die, sometimes you get stuck with the wrong riot foam, but it takes a lot for the enemies to kill you. You know what I mean? You'll probably kill 1,000 enemies before you go down. You know, and so it's like, you know, so that bores me, right? That bores me a little bit. And so that's why I'm not always running SMG builds. That's why I kind of go full circle, you know? So you'll see me use SMGs, I'll use assault rifles, I'll go through these phases. I'll use LMGs, then I'll use but I'm always sprinkling in shotguns, pistols, rifles, marksmans, because of their headshot orientation. So anything with the headshot, I'm always sprinkling in between so I don't get bored. because it's fun, it's engaging, it's addicting to pop those heads, you know? But your fun and engaging is going to be different. For you, it might be assault rifles, right? Or whatever, or a status effect, or skill builds. So, but anyways, guys, I'm going to call it a night here. So, anyways, we accomplished a lot. So hopefully some of these builds are helpful for you. This build is pretty fun here, but I didn't like the bleed ammo. Probably worth running a little bit of armor on this thing. That's one reason why I like the memento on this one, is because the armor regen counters that a little bit. But this is a play from cover, and what I did discover is our uptime. This was a test. We were testing on whether we can stick with the TAC 50 the strong majority of the time, and I would say absolutely. So we were chain killing with it, and we strong majority of the time we were able to use this like 9 out of 10 kills. We were using our TAC 50. So the only thing I would probably do is take off the special ammo directive so that you can go around, move around a little bit more free and pick up the dropped ammo that the enemies are dropping. That's why I was moving around a lot, so I can grab that ammo. But amazing. You have more, technically there was more ammo than I could use, but I wasn't always able to get to it because of that bleed special ammo, and everybody seemed to have it. So really annoying. Otherwise, we did some really good explosive builds. And I'm going to try to publish these for you guys so you can use them for the remainder of the HollyWood event. But the one I ultimately recommend is going to be this one. It's even if you don't use glass cannon, but I definitely recommend it for the glass cannon is serving more than the obvious. Okay, so you might be thinking it's just for weapon and skill damage, but it's not. It's for the vial damage, also the bleed. So you can tick people to death with this, and your team is going to love you for it. So. Anyways, everybody, I will catch you later. Remember, there's a video with my patch notes review and reactions linked in the chat. And I will catch everybody on the other end.